and welcome along and welcome back to Spruce Mountain Farm. Today we're taking our little 6M here down to the shop. We need to replace our front loader capabilities on the farm because of course we sold the New Holland a little while ago to get that nice large new John Deere that we've got. So we need to get a front loader bracket installed on this. We need to buy a new front loader for it as well. We need to get a bucket for the silage because we now have two silage clamps full of silage that need spreading and compacting. So between this tractor and the big new John Deere, we actually should be able to do that. So we need to do that. We need to also go and grab a cotton bale trailer to grab the cotton bales off the field. We've got snow on the way, and I really want to get those off the field and into probably our main barn before the snow falls, because otherwise yeah, it's not good to be leaving crops out in the field like that. Same with the silage. We really kind of want to get that done and covered today before we get too much snow on the ground. So it's a busy old day from that point of view, finishing everything off and getting everything done. Then if we can, if the ground doesn't freeze too much, we might actually be able to get our new tractor, our big new John Deere out and get that working and maybe sorting out the, I think it's the maize fields that we need to get the plow on. First, though, we are going to go and get the bits and pieces we need, starting with the front loader. We can only put a John Deere front loader on this tractor, and the only John Deere front loader we can put on is going to be the 603R. Both the 643 and the 700M require 290 and 280 horsepower. So, yeah, we're going to take this one. No configuration on it, so just a quick, easy buy on that. Then we want to head back out here and front loader tools. We need, as I said, a bucket. There are lots of bucket options that I've downloaded. We got some shovels from a Brestle and Lade one. So this holds 280. Yeah, we can actually take it up to 3,110 if we wanted to. But the one I want to get, because I saw it and went, oh, that's really good, is down here, and that is this one here, this Lizard Universal Bucket. So we're going to put shovel teeth on it. We are going to have it standard capacity. It does go up to some ridiculous capacities, this, but we'll go with the standard capacity. Main color, I am going to go for the John Deere green, and the design color, I'm going to go for the John Deere yellow. You actually can't see it at the moment because it's dropped under the ground, but yeah, that makes the teeth the John Deere yellow. So we will buy that. That's going to be 3,100. And then the last thing we need is under the cotton technology, and that is this, the Module 4 Bale trailer. We're going to put some BKT tires on it, and we're going to get that. I'm actually slightly disappointed. I would have liked to have had this in the black, as it was in FS19 for the round bales. But there's not a color option on this, so we will just buy that. Oh, didn't actually mean to buy that. I wanted to rent that, but never mind. That will that'll be a nice addition to the farm, and we can afford to buy it at the moment. What I'm more worried about is, will I be able to afford the new shed? That might actually mean that we store our cotton bales in the main shed for now, and then we come to do some selling later on. Right, let's customize this tractor. We want what? We're going to add wheel weights onto the tires, and thankfully that doesn't cost us anything. And we want a front loader attacher, which also doesn't cost us anything. That is really good news. At some point, I'd like to get this doing spraying, so we're going to want to put the Isaria compact and the GPS on it. But at the moment, it's fine. We're not going to be doing that until after we've sold bales and things. So let's customize that. Yes. I love that that didn't cost me anything. I think this originally came with both of those on. So the fact that that hasn't cost me anything is absolutely fantastic. It's just a nice little upgrade that keeps us going. So I'm going to go and get everything attached up, and then we'll see what we've got. There we go. Everything attached up. And so, yeah, we've got our bucket, as I said, with the yellow teeth, our front loader, our 603R, and our 4-module trailer. That is quite good. I think this will have to go on our larger 6M to actually pick bales up. But otherwise, I'm really, really pleased. So we can get all of this back to the farm and start. I think we'll start collecting up the bales first today. If we can get them off the field, we can take stock of how much cotton we've got and roughly how much we're looking at making from its sale in a couple of months' time. I had originally considered getting a wheel loader in order to deal with all of our silage and everything on here, but I don't think we need it. I think we're going to be okay without getting that. What we do need is a new shed here to store stuff in, and I'm going to build it in this area here. I think we're going to have to move our pressure washer here, which, speaking of which, let's get these washed down quickly. But yeah, I think we're going to have to move our pressure washer and get rid of these trees here. So there's that tree there, and there's that tree there. We might have to get rid of both of those. I'm not sure. But I want to put like a new equipment shed in here that we can store our, well, things like our cedar and things. We've got no space for that at the moment. We can't get that in the shed door, the main shed door. So we need to do that. I'm still undecided as to what to do with this. It's going to cost us currently $230,000 to buy this John Deere, and on top of that, it also will require about $100,000 worth of upgrades. So I think on balance, the amount of money that it's going to eat up to keep us having this means that we really want to return it. So I think I'm gonna return the John Deere here. I think I might return the cotton harvester as well. That will also make a bit of space on the farm. So both of those would be really good. As I said, our larger 6M here, this is getting on a bit. So I think eventually I'll look to replace it. It's got 60 hours on it at the moment. And that's not a horrible amount. But I think we need... I think rather than the 8 RX that we were looking at, we probably need another tractor of this sort of size on the farm to help us run things. So yeah, it's one of those things where I need to look at all of that and kind of sort that out. Right, we can start putting stuff away now and getting stuff hooked up. I think my big weight actually is right by everything there. So yeah, let's go put some stuff away, and then from there I can start to work out exactly what we're going to do next. I think it's going to be grabbing cotton bales and finding somewhere to store them. I've got 2 weights kicking about. So I've got this one, which is a 10 winkle pack 1 1500, and over here I've got a 10 winkle B250 2500. So I think we want the 2500. That will be a much better attachment for the back of this, and give it a bit more weight to play with. Yeah, I think a telehandler might eventually be a good purchase for the farm as well. Something that we can use very nicely around here. Right, that has got that done. Nice big weight on the back, and that should now allow us to smooth these out. We have quite a bit of silage on the farm now. In this first clamp here, we have 450,000 litres of it. And in this one here, we have 364,000 liters of it. And then in our stave silo, we've got another 500,000 liters of it, which is massive and incredible. Oh, the snow is beginning to fall. Looks like it's only going to be a small shower, though. So, yeah, let's go and start getting our cotton bales off the field, because I do not want to leave them out there too long. Oh, this tractor needs repairs. Right, let's go do that first, because if we don't repair this, it's going to keep conking out on us. So into my upgraded workshop we take it. I love this. So, yeah, I've replaced the standard one here. I never understood why this isn't a workshop-based game. I love that somebody modded it to be one. So into here, and we want to repair it. The only thing it does is repair, which is brilliant as well. I love that. It's, yeah, you can't repaint it in here. This isn't a repaint station. This is purely a repair station. And that is brilliant. That is absolutely fantastic. Because, yeah, that's all I need on my farm is a repair station, not somewhere to respray my tractor. If I want to respray my tractor, I'll take it down to the shop and get it resprayed down there. Here, that is just perfect. What it doesn't let me do, actually, looking at that, I'm not sure it let me modify my tractor. It is purely a repair station. I kind of like that as well, although obviously we might need some way of changing our wheels from time to time. I think we have 5 bales in total to collect, 2 off this field, 1 off 5A and 2 off field 6, which is very good news. Will you unfold? There we go. Oh, yeah, I forgot. You want to get this backed right up, then unfold it. Load the bale right on, then fold it down. And, yep, 1 bale of 20,000 litres. This is great. We won't be selling it, I think, until January, February time. So we'll get these off the fields and we'll get them into the sheds, get them nicely stored. Actually, I do wonder. Actually, no, I don't own that shed. So that shed there is not mine. And actually, I don't think I'd get this under there either. So these need to go into our main shed. They can't go into that big red barn there because I actually have just put the trailer into there, and I'm kind of rethinking whether that's a good idea. But yeah, our big red shed at the end here, we should be able to get these loaded into there, and then they'll be available for us to transport later. So far end of this, do we still have the... We do still have the wheat in here. We need to get that sold. We probably need to sell that this month. So that's another reason, actually, for getting that bucket. We need to load up and sell the wheat that's in here as well. Let's back this into this corner here. And then pull forward a bit. Straighten up. Got a lot of stuff in the way down here at the moment. And then unload like that, and this is much easier than how we were doing this last year. Right, just 4 more bales to go. I wonder actually if I open up this door here, is that going to make my job easier? Can I then come in here, not catch any of these wheels on the edge? And yeah, that might make things a little bit easier. Back this up to here. Right, so unload that. And I think it'll try and push me forward a little bit again. So we'll just drop it there like so. Perfect. So that's 2 in. Just 3 more to go. And wow, we got so much more cotton this year. Then we had 3 bales last year, and we're up to nearly, well, we're up to 4.5, I think, this time. So, yeah, really nice. And This one here is nice and close, and then there's 2 in that far field over there. Back it up. And take the trailer down. And on it goes. Hopefully fairly straight. Yep. Down again and off. This is making things really easy. Looking at the ground now, it's beginning to show signs of being frozen, so I don't think we'll be able to actually do anything with our plow today, which isn't a huge problem simply because, well, in all honesty, we need to get some slurry down first, I think. Plan this year is to get a load of slurry down, get what we need to get done there, and then once we've got our BGA up and running, we should be able to start getting some digestate created, which is the other idea of it. And we might even be able to sell our slurry into the BGA in order to make more digestate. So then just spreading that all over the farm, we should be able to create absolutely tons of it that we can then just use across the farm, save us a mountain of money in fertilizer, and make money while we're doing it. Final bale, and this is the incomplete one. Yeah, don't lower the trailer before I want to actually pick the bale up. Back it up and pick it up. So that then will nicely roll onto our pickup trailer. And yeah, 90,000 litres of cotton this year. At the price we are looking to sell that at, which is 2,487, so nearly 2,500. We are looking at, well, we're looking at about 250,000, maybe 230,000 based on that. Because 2 times 9 is 18, and a half times 9 is 45. So yeah, we're looking at sort of just under 235,000 just for the cotton this year. Would be enough to buy that harvester, or the forage harvester. But we, as we noted, we want to try and build a BGA, get lots of money in for our own silage without having to take it miles to do it, and yeah, make a ton of money that way. Right, I want to pull forward a little bit, get the back of this lined up and unload, so it's not fully blocking that doorway, but it's then in the same position as everything else. Go off there like that, and that's that done. Right, I'm gonna go and put this trailer, I think, whoa, if I can avoid hitting the door of my shed, in with the other trailer, although I might do a little bit of musical chairs and move things around, because we don't really want this trailer blocking access to the other one. I think this trailer might actually be a little bit wide to fit into this shed. Yeah, I'm not going to put this in here. It isn't going to fit. So we'll have to park this up outside for now until we can build more shed space. Because right now we can't fit it in anywhere else. In fact, I'm going to park it in this shed here, just along this wall. Because that's where I need to put it. Are those? No, none of these doors are bigger, so none of them can I get my cedar into, which is very annoying. It's a huge barn with itty bitty doors. So my next job is going to be returning these 2 machines. They are a big drain on our finances. We cannot afford to buy either of them anytime soon. And we know from this one that we're going to have to get a larger version of it for the next year. So let's pop into our leased items. I'm sad to see it go because this is an 8. 8100i with 380 horsepower. That is not a cheap piece of kit. It's that one. So that's 305. Like that. To lease this is costing us 3,000 per day, which is an incredible outlay. But it costs 307,000 to buy. If we were to buy our leased one at the moment, it would cost us 230. But as I said, we'd need to make huge adjustments to it, and it's just cheaper next year to go and lease a new one. So we will return that one. It's cost us so much money over the last year, though, and I am sad to see it go. And then we've got our header, which is only a 4.5 meter. We know we can pretty much double that. So, yeah, we're going to return that as well. It's slightly wider than I thought it was. And then the cotton harvester, to purchase this is 4,500. No, 450,000 to buy that, which is, yeah, just not possible. So we're going to return that as well. Don't need either of those. We've got a lot of stuff we're leasing at the moment. I'm going to return this too. Purchase of that. No, we'll return that because we've not got any fields to scan at the moment. And yeah, everything else we need for now. So that's cleared those out the way. What we need to do now is try and sort this mess out and see if we can get these covered and process into silage. Now, one option I've got is filling this bucket up and going and putting it into our big silo over there, which would work because this is chaff. So it would work as that. I'm impressed our little tractor is absolutely capable of holding this big bucket, and therefore we can spread this out along here, and we're actually quite far from the end, and the wheel weights will also help to push this down and work it. But I'm going to run the really big tractor over it, the really heavy big tractor over it, once I've got the worst of this mess sorted. Yeah. So do that, come over the top, and then we'll just sprinkle this along so that it pushes it out a little bit. And 450 odd thousand litres of this is going to pay well. It's about a third that it pays. So this is still over £100,000 worth, or 100,000 worth of chaff in here that we're going to be turning into silage, and that's just this pile. We've still got 100,000 in the next pile there, and about 250,000 in our actual silo. So yeah, there's a lot of chaff we've got over here out of here this year, which is all kinds of amazing, really. I didn't expect to be doing this well, and yeah, we're gonna have somewhere in the region between our cotton and our silage of a 500,000 that we can conceivably make off the farm this year, before we take into account money we'll make from the cows and things. So yeah, it's pretty huge what we've achieved this year, and I am so very, very pleased. But we'll see how that shakes out, and we'll see whether that means I feel I can move on to either another crop or another setup, or whether we want to and maybe get another field to do that, or if we just want to go and buy those big machines that we know we need in order to actually do stuff on the farm. Because yeah, we need a cotton harvester, to be honest, and we need a forage harvester. Forage harvester would probably be first, to be honest, but in both cases I think it's going to be pretty good. How far are we? We are 42% compacted, so this one I'm probably ready to run the tractor over. I just need to make sure the other one is inside its edges as well. The last little bit at this end to clear up, and then that is everything here ready to be rolled over several times. We're at 42% on this one as well. So I'm just gonna back this out of here. I think we had to rework the roadways and things at this end a little bit. It's very tight around here, so yeah, we need to rework that a little bit. What I need to grab now, though, is my really big tractor that we've got on the farm. Quite nice that I've managed to, by luck more than anything else, get a nice big John Deere fleet on here. I like, for some reason, I like doing American maps with John Deere equipment mainly. I find it a really good fit most of the time. Don't tend to do it really with British maps or European maps. Very much tend to go for John Deere stuff though if I'm on an American map. So this is a nice heavy tractor running over this pile a few times with this. I'm hoping is going to do some good and compact it a bit. Not, we're gonna have to then get, well, we'll have to get the bucket out again. But it looks like it's moving around on it a bit, and it is doing some compaction. But that's good news. Oh, don't let this be one of those tractors, though, that every time you go into reverse, it automatically goes to the lowest gear it can. That would be slightly annoying for doing this job. Yeah, this is one of those tractors where going into reverse automatically puts it into the lowest gear possible. However, I have worked something out. We can just keep going round and round and round on these two mounds with this, and compacting both over time, which is great because it means that I get to do both of them at the same time. And with the weight of this, actually, it's doing a really, really good job. After going round the two piles a few times, we're up to 76% done on this side and 92% done on this side. So we're getting very close, certainly on here, to getting this covered, which is great because I want to get this covered today, get these fermenting, and then by the time we've sold the cotton and got the BGA up and running, we should have a whole load of silage to come out of here. We do need to clear up a few bits that have come out on the ends, so there's a little bit of work to do with that with the front loader, but in general we're getting very close to finishing at least one of these piles off. I think we're in the high 70s, yeah, 79% here. We'll hit 80%, there we go. So a few more rounds and we should have this all done, with just a little bit of cleaning up to do before we can actually get them covered. So my right hand pile is done. I'm going to use use the wheels here, the tires here, as a marker to try and clear up what we've got at the end here, and just clear it off. That's got that one, and then same down this side here. Mark that off, and we'll put this actually onto the one that we're still compacting. That way we can just finish off the first, or we can just cover this one once we've cleared the ends up a little bit, and we only have to worry about clearing this one up again. So this is at 83%. Plonk this on the top, and then head down the other end. Yeah, we got a little bit of an extension outside up here, so we wanted to clear that up as well. Let's jump into this and just get this on top of here, nicely out the way. It's two very nice piles we've got now. I'm really, really pleased with how well this has worked. And that we have so much silage. We could just put silage into here next year. But I like having the silo simply because it gives me easy access to silage for the cows. Yeah, having some sitting in a fermenting silo for the cows is pretty good. And we can always then sell off at the end of the year any excess from the fermenting silo if we want. So that's all very good. Right, we'll put this on the end of here. Like that. Not a huge amount. And just back this off. We can then cover this one. There we go. Nicely covered. Nothing off the ends. Everything inside by the looks of things. Yep, that's pretty spot on. Pretty perfect. So now we just need to finish this one off. We are 85% compacted. Let's finish off and get the whole thing done. 99% there. And the sun is really setting now. And it is that time of day. There we go, 100%. Let's just back this off the other end. And then I think we're done and dusted. And look at that. That is really, really nicely flat across all of that. Now, we do have a little bit kicking out the edge. So me getting this off of here is probably going to mean that it drops to 99%. Just want to tidy up this end like that. 413 litres. And then we're going to do the same at the other end. Getting fairly dark at this point. Let's get some lights on. Yeah, and we've just got a few litres to clear up off the end here. So grab that too. Even things up. And I'm going to put this on at the side. It's one of the nice things about these ones is we can get this on at the side and it not be a problem. That looks like, in this light, that looks like slurry. It's not, but it looks like it. Right, and then just onto here. 99%, 100%. There we go. Come off the side, because that won't go over. Park that here. And we can cover this one now as well. There we go. So we have 450 odd thousand here, 300 odd thousand here. That is really, really awesome. I am so pleased with that. And yeah, that is a really, really good day's work. What we need to do next is work out new sheds and where we're going to place everything, and start preparing for the spring, when we're going to be doing a whole load of new work and getting stuff planted and things. I'm headed down to the shop because we're going to be reshaping our yard a little bit today. I want to put some new sheds in. So let's pop into here because we need something to clear out some trees and bits that we've got in the yard. And we don't want to cut them down. We just want to get rid of them. So we're going to go into forestry equipment. And in here, we have a couple of forestry mulches that are available. We don't need anything particularly powerful. I think we don't have any. Oh, we do. Actually, we have a tree begon. Now, I don't know if this... Well, actually, yes, this is a 3-point. So, that I think is the 3.1. That is the mini. That goes on a skid steer. So let's get this in the right colors. We want chrome dark green. No, we'll take these in John Deere colors. So those are that one, and with the John Deere yellow there. And yeah, blade drum color, that will do. Beacon style, I don't think we need any beacons on this. We're only leasing this. Wow, there are so many beacons on this. We're only leasing this for a quick use, so we'll borrow that. 2,244 to lease it. Yes. And yeah, this will just get rid of trees really, really easily. I've got this tractor on it because it's not going to get, it's not going to fit on our small one and not going to run it. It's 150 horsepower requirement. This has around 200, whereas our smaller John Deere, our smaller 6M has only about 120, I think. Look at the weight on the back of that, though. It has lifted the front of our tractor a bit, but not massively. And yeah, I can probably put some more weights on the front of this. The other jobs I have planned for today is probably to sell a trailer full of silage. Silage is at the best price at the moment, and our silo has a whole load of it fermented in it. So I want to get that done. I would also like to get the cows fed. We want to do that. And if we can, I'd like to try and spread some slurry. We don't have a huge amount of snow falling today. It's a fairly low snowfall we're expecting. Let's back this up like that. I love how easy this thing works. But this will just clear things out here very nicely, make it a lot easier for us to place stuff. Then we're unfortunately going to have to sell and rebuy our pressure washer. Thankfully, this pressure washer is not massively expensive, so should be able to replace that fairly quickly and fairly easily. Let's come in here and get rid of this as well. Can't get rid of the bush with this, but that's all right. So that clears up that space there. What I want to do now is get that weight out of the way, and I think the best way to do that is probably going to be drop the weight off the back of this and do that. Now, somebody did mention that they thought that this bucket was a bit big for this tractor. And yes, it is a pretty big bucket for this tractor. We're only really planning to maneuver light stuff with it. So not planning to move much other than silage with that. I think if we start moving anything else that's heavier, we'd probably grab a smaller bucket, or in fact, for stuff like that, quite a lot of stuff like that, that's why we've got the manure fork. And that is very much for moving silage about and making all of that stuff work, and keeping that kind of stuff moving. So I'm not too concerned about the size of the bucket for what we're doing. The thing that I am going to use it for, which might cause us a little bit of a weight issue, is we got to load up the wheat as well, because the wheat, I think, is coming up to best price at the moment. So we want to try and get that sold. I haven't checked actually on the wheat price. I checked on the silage price because that was good, but that little pile of wheat we've got in the corner, we could probably do with sorting out and getting gone. Right, let's just park this here for the moment, and now we can start rebuilding. As I said, first thing we need to do is we're going to have to remove our little pressure washer. So we'll get rid of that. We'll buy a brand new one. We've got a little bit of money to do that. And then I've got a few farm buildings that we can put in. So we've got this one here, which matches with our red motif fairly nicely. I want to put it really in line with the end here. And if we can line it up in the right place, so looking at the line there and the line there, yes, we'll leave ourselves enough space to get through over there. So let's place this about here-ish, I think. There we go. So that puts that there. That's a nice material, a nice shed for us to store stuff in. Now, I'd love to have put two here, but there just isn't the space for that. So what we're going to do instead is we've got this, which is 1,000, and I'm going to put two of these at the end to store our bales in. If we can fit a third, I might. Yeah, I think we might even fit 3 in here. So make sure that this lines up with the wall there. So bring it right up to the edge, turn it slightly, bring it out slightly, and then the first one can go there. And, oh, we're not quite going to fit 3 here, but 2 should do the job. In fact, we might be able to fit a smaller one on the end. So, yeah, that small one would fit in there, and then we can store bits in that too. So let's put that a little bit out so it's not overlapping, and there we go. So we've got a nice new shed that we can put a whole load of our equipment in and not worry about it. And then we've got 2 big storage sheds over here for our bales, and then on the end we've got this little storage shed in here that we can put other bits and pieces in and do that. And I think that is going to be the best way to go about this. So let's sort out the bit underneath. So we've got some odd bits under here. Let's go landscaping, painting, and I don't think this ground texture is available here. I think it's a gravel texture, but it's not quite the exact one. It could be this gravel texture. Let's just have a look. Oh, it is. It's this gravel texture here, so we can use this. Let's enlarge that a bit and just replace that one. And that one, and that one, like so. Really like that. That's fantastic. I'm really happy about that. And then what we're going to do down here is we want to make this a little bit smaller. And I want to take our gravel texture now, just sort of out here, and extend this area in front of these. So that we give ourselves a good amount of space. And then, yeah, that then extends out to there like that. And, yeah, that works. That gives us a nice area along the front here to turn around. And we previously had a space issue there with that. So then we got a sort of a quick route across there that gets taken on a fairly regular basis. Otherwise, I'm liking that very much. Now, plants, I'd like to put a couple of bushes back in, I think. So we can take a couple of these. I think where we'll go is, can we get a bush at the back there? Yep, we can get a couple of bushes back there. A few back there. And just sort of give some stuff back. That's not too bad. Yeah, a few bits and pieces there. We've got one growing inside of here, but that's all right. And then I think I'm just going to start moving some of this equipment across, putting stuff into there that we can, and making sure that we are storing stuff a bit better. Now, the one bit we have no storage for at the moment that I'm going to have to do something about is our cedar. I've got nowhere that will fit at the moment. We might have to leave it outside, or we'd need to find a shed that will be a better fit. It is annoying that it is just too wide to fit in our main shed here. Otherwise, it would be perfect. I've got most of my stuff into the shed now, but I'm looking at this and actually going, we've got something in the shop that might be better for our grass work. And that's this. There's a Diablo Maxi-Roll 630 green line, which is a fairly big grass roller. We can, if we want to, add a seeder onto it for extra grass seed. But for 14,000, I think this is a really good purchase. So what I'm going to do is actually run this one down to the shop and I think replace it with the other one because I think that's going to make sense for us long run. And I think I might have to rearrange everything a bit quickly. But let's just drop that there. And I'm just going to take our little tractor here, run this down to the shop, and go and grab that bigger roller before it disappears. And while we've got the money to do it. Great thing about this is it's going to speed up our grass work when we go round and do it and sort all of that out. We need to get everything done fairly quickly when we're doing grass work in order to make sure our fields are in the best condition. So let's pull that away from there. I'm going to go through the normal motions of coming into here. We want to repaint it. We want to repair it, and we want to sell it for a whopping £5,478. Perfect. Then just going to run over to the shop quickly and buy the new set of rollers. Now we have 25,000. We're going to be still left with about £10,000, which is fantastic. So yeah, we want standard configuration. I'm going to put a number plate on it, and for that I need to know what my small tractor number plate is, which is Galcomp. So we will put Galcomp on the number plate. There we go, and okay that, and oh, I need to actually put it on. Okay, yeah, there we are, and configuration, we'll leave it as it is. We'll buy that, yes, okay. That is not a bad upgrade at all. That is going to be great. It's about 3 times the size of the old one we had, and means we're going to be able to get around those 2 fields, our 2 grass fields, in a third of the time when rolling, which last time sent us well into the evening to get it done. We'll hook this up. And off back to the farm we go and continue putting stuff away. I'm slightly surprised at how small this roller actually looks on the back of this tractor. This is our smallest tractor. And yeah, it looks absolutely fine on it. Considering this is the tractor I want to use with it, it kind of makes sense. But I am still surprised. Now, I want to try and fit this in the same shed as our tedder. I mean, we'll use the tedder first next time, so we'll have to move this out of the way. But for now, it'll be fine. Because I need to do this, though, because I honestly don't have enough space for everything if I don't double at least one item up. There we go. And then... oh, we've got that bag of seed sitting in the middle there. We've got the mulcher and we've got the field rollers that need placing here as well. I can't get at the field roller right now because obviously we've got lots of big bags in the way and we need to go and put them away. I think we're going to go and store them in the sheds down where we've got our animal trailer. That seems to be a good place for them, and I think that makes a lot of sense. And then at some point, I want to put some storage sheds in. But the storage sheds I want to put in are pretty expensive. They're 145,000. So we're going to have to hold off on those for now, especially as I want to really get the BGA built first. But that is, the storage sheds are going to be for the cotton. So we need some cotton storage space. So next job is to get this loader back on the front here, our bag loader, and the weight on the back, and then we can get this stuff out of the way and get the last bit of kit into the into our new lean-to, nicely put away. Then we can look at where we are and what we need to do next. I've cleared most of the bags out of the way. Just got 2 last seed bags to go. These 2 are both only partially filled, so we'll grab them and put them together at the front. We've just got 2 herbicide Bowsers then to put in here as well, and then that's all of this stuff cleared out the way. This actually is a really good little shed for storing all this stuff. We're maneuverable enough in this little tractor to be able to get stuff into the side areas, like so, and get them all stacked up. So drop that one and lift, switch over and drop the second one. There we go. And yeah, now we just need to get the herbicide in here. And I think I'm going to have to maybe move one of my trailer bits over there. I'm fairly sure we can come up with a new place to store those. I don't know if they'll fit under the really small option we have over here. Something must fit under there, because that is a little shed that I need to use. So let's go put this back here and grab the forklift forks so that I can get the rest of that moved. We'll put this over here with the weights. And then forks are just here. And we can then go and get these moved. And get them into this shed as well. Actually, they go quite well on the shelves at the back. Yeah, I do think I probably need to move my my attachments for my truck elsewhere. But, yeah, these do fit on this shelf at the back here. You can line it up and get it in. I think I'm catching on the support beam there. Let's bring this round a little bit and then across. Yeah, there we are. That's better. Oh. And wow, this is not as easy as I thought it would be. What am I getting stuck on? I can't tell. I think I must be getting stuck on the... Actually, I'm getting stuck on the other tank. There we are. So that's in there now. And down. Yeah, I'll just lift it up. Make sure we're at the back. So it's nicely on that shelf. And out. There we go. That is all in there. That is all of our stuff stored. Probably should have all of that in a lockable shed. But we don't have one of those at the moment. So I think that's probably a future upgrade, is to get that done. And then I can just come here and we'll drop the weight off the back here quickly and put these rollers away. So off and back around. Ah, it's been a busy old day moving stuff around. It really has. But that's the joy of getting the yard redone and rebuilt, is that we are now able to get everything where we want to. We got two great little storage sheds for our straw and for our hay, which is brilliant. That's gonna give us some good maneuvering for feeding the cows. So let's put that there. I know actually what we can put in the small storage shed at the end. I think we should go and buy a trailer full of mineral feed and put that in the end shed. That would work perfectly for us. Right, next job to put back is we need to switch from the forks here and start moving bales back across. I've managed to fit 4 bales across on the straw bales. I'm not going to be able to do the same looking at this with the hay bales. These bales are just too big to do that with. So I'm going to have to go 3 across with that. That is going to reduce the amount of bales I can actually store in here, unfortunately. But I think we should still have enough space for our hay bales. This one a little bit closer. And I think taking a single in is going to make things easier. If I start with the single, it'll give me more space to maneuver. But yeah, we'll have to go 3 across with these. So if I take a single off the top here, we can then take the 2 from the front. We'll treat the top row as the ones we want for the singles, and then the bottom row as where we'll get all the doubles, and that should work fine. This one is over to the left, so this will go on the left hand side because it'll be easier to put it in there. And then and then every other row we'll be able to put a double on top. So it should work out fairly well for us, I think. I don't think we're going to have too much trouble getting them stacked fairly easily. I'm kind of impressed. I forgot to put the rear weight back on here. And the tractor with just the wheel weight is holding its own. It's still fairly stable, which is pretty amazing. I want to move that bale a little bit back towards me. If I can. Get that on. Yeah, we're about there-ish. There we go. Wow. Yeah. But our weight is over here, so let's get that stuck back on the back of this. Now, before I return the tree be gone, I do kind of need to work out, are there any other trees or anything like that I want to get rid of around here? Is it worth holding on to that? I think it costs us a fair amount per day, so I think it probably isn't. But I did think I'd just check that before I went and got rid of it, because it would make sense to me to hold on to it. I don't know if we need to get rid of that tree there to build in some stuff. We might need to get rid of some trees, actually, when we start doing the BGA. So I think we can hold on to that piece of kit for now. This is going really well, though. And, yeah, we're going to get all of our hay bales under here, which is perfect. That is exactly what I was after. The sun has almost set, and we've got just 5 bales left, which is actually the perfect number. Actually, we've got 6. But yeah, we've got 5 bales left here that are going to go into this shed. And that is going to make things fairly easy, because it is just one more stack. We'll get those in there. And yeah, I'd say this is a pretty successful setup we've got on here now. We do have space still in the yard for another shed. Possibly something as well on the other side, where our plough is and where our cedar are. If we can put something over there, we might be able to store our wider stuff. I need to see if I can find a shed that I can do that with that isn't too expensive, or maybe something that we come up with later. But I very much feel that my cedar should be undercover. There was that case cedar that was 105, which we could grab. It's very, very wide. Is it still available? Let's have a look. It is still available. And yeah, it's 105,712. So conceivably, we could buy that and replace our current John Deere cedar with it. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Should we do that? Should we see if we can sell maybe a bit of silage and get that? We'd actually have to sell a fair amount of silage to get that. But it would possibly be a good addition to the farm. Would work well with everything else. It is red rather than green. But yeah, it might work. And what I'm going to do with this last little rogue bale over here is we're just going to grab this. And because our cows are short on feed at the moment, I'm just going to see if I can put it straight in to keep them going overnight. I don't think they will be able to... Oh, wow, that gave them next to nothing. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's not going to keep them going for very long. Should at least keep them going overnight. We need to do water for them tomorrow. We need to do proper mixed ration and mix all of that for them tomorrow. So that is going to be on the agenda for next time. But today, I'm pretty happy. Our new sheds are all set up. They all come with lights, which is very cool, up in the rafters. And we've got all of our equipment away that we can put away. Just these 3 bits that are left. Today, we are going to be doing a load of stuff with our cows because it's early January and yet... well, it's early January and the ground is all frozen. You can see it from the state of the grass. So if things free up a little bit today, then we will see if we can do some field work. We need to spread some slurry and basically start getting our fields ready for next year's crops. But first, we need to deal with the cows. That is because the cows are completely out of feed at the moment. So I'm going to spend my remaining £8,000. It actually has gone down slightly. So we're going to spend the remaining 8,000 here and buy 8 of these. So, and 8, there we go. So we should have 8 of these now over here. We're going to get them loaded up onto this trailer and transported back to the farm. That way we can use some of our newly created silage, get the cows fed and get them back up to full whack producing milk. We also have 11,000 litres of milk today. So this is why I'm not worried about how much we spend on getting the mineral feed for the cows, because the feed we've got for the cows is the feed we've got here is going to easily be offset by the amount of milk we've got. We've got 2 full trailers pretty much of milk. So let's bring this around. This will not take up much space on this trailer. I was hoping to get 9, but by the time we came down here, we dropped just under 9,000. So 8 it is, but that's all right because we should easily be able to get these loaded up fairly quickly on here. All right, bring that back, and there we go. All right, and then I just need to get the rest of them loaded up. We're getting really close to selling off this year's crops on here as well. We are at best price at the moment for silage. We could go and sell a whole pile of it today. Unfortunately, the stuff that we've got in the silos hasn't finished fermenting yet, so we can't sell that off. And we will sell a load of that into the BGA. What we can sell off would be some from our main fermenting silo. So while the silage clamps, sorry, don't have anything in them, the main fermenting silo, of course, does, and we can sell some of that off today. So we might sell a trailer or 2 of that off while we have best price as well. Strap all of these down like that, and we'll move the Kubota out the way. This belongs to the shop, of course, and can just park back over here. And yeah, so we're looking at being in a position where we can make some money today from silage. We can make some money today from milk, and then come February we'll be looking to make money as well from the cotton, and that's when we'll make a huge amount of cash and to get everything be ready to do production and construction stuff going in. What we will be doing in the meantime is trying to get as much ready for this year's crops as we can. Cotton is looking to go in March, so we need to get the cotton fields ready first. That will be any field that we had the maize on this year, and then after that we need to get the current cotton fields ready for next year's maize crop. So we'll get these pallets back to the farm, and what I want to do is unload these into the last little area we have here. So this is why we have this third shed. We've got a shed for the straw bales, which we're going to have to buy in future because we can't, we don't have any straw on the farm or any crops on the farm that produce straw. We've got all of our hay bales, which we can produce. And then this one here, this is going to be for our pallets of the mineral feed. Let's pop in here, grab this. We don't have the right front bit on, so drop that off, and yeah, they're over the far side there. So get into the right gear, and then we can spin around here and get the pallet forks. And these will then be enough for us to get those pallets off. I need to hold on to one of the pallets, of course, because we're going to be feeding the cows in a minute and getting those done. And yeah, if we can get them producing milk again, then we're going to be in a really good place, because that is another bread and butter thing on the farm. It's the kind of thing that pays for our any equipment we lease and things like that. Of course, we did get rid of our two biggest leasing costs this year in the form of the forage harvester and the other one, the cotton harvester. I don't know how far under here I can get with this tractor. Okay, we can get to about there. We don't need to go very far under here. It's just needs to be able to store them in the dry, out of all of the weather, with a nice little bit of coverage over them, so they should be okay. And if we can get close enough with the feeding trailer, we won't need to actually get them out of here. These, I don't think the forks on this are overly long, because it doesn't like the second pallet. Yeah. All right, and in. Don't go flying off is all I ask. Come on, off the front. Sometimes you can have a lot of fun with pallets not coming off, which is great when we're going to try and stack a load of them now. Right, 2 more to do, and then we're going to get to feeding our cows. Last pair of pallets. Let's get them knocked down onto the pile here. Like that. Yep, there we go. And all done. So with that done, I now want to go and grab the manure fork, and we'll use that and load some bales up and get the cows fed. Because if we can feed them and get them producing milk again, as I said, we can get more income coming from them at times when we otherwise might be falling a little bit short. So we want to hook up the feeding wagon, which is in the shed at the end here. Pack it up and connect it there. We still need to sort out a shed for our seeder and possibly the chisel plow. At the moment, they're all right where they are, but we could quite easily, I think, fit a shed there. We'll take that middle tree out, and that could give us easy access to that. Right, let's pick this up here. Now, how big is this bale? 9,000 liters. Exactly what we want. So this should go in here fairly easily. Over the top and down and in, like that. Now this takes 22,000 liters. So I want to take this now over here, top this up. Yeah, 9,000, so 40. We want to take it to about 80% with this. So load that, and that takes us up to 60, 70, and a little bit more. There we go, 80,000 liters. Oh, sorry, 80%, 17,000 liters. And then the last 2 ingredients. Now, can I get close enough to this to load some of these in? Yes, I can. Perfect. We'll turn this on, actually. And that way it will start mixing. Now, how this... So this is up to 88%. So next month, I think this is... That'll be ready. The silage will be done. Where is it taking it from? It is taking it from the front pallet, which is good. So that's all good there. So what I want now is one of these small straw bales, and we will just load as much of this in as we can. So let's see if I can get this front one here. Just that front one there. Yep. Like so. Pull that out. Push that right down. Pick it up at the bottom so we can easily hang it over the top of there. And then fill the rest of this up with straw. And then this is the perfect mixture of for this. That going? No. Getting this to mix in, it can sometimes be fun. If you don't get it in the right place, it can fail to get in there. And I don't want to drop the whole bale in. There we go. So that now is loading all of the straw from this in. If it takes half the straw, which it doesn't quite, that does mean that we can just put the entire straw bale in for the next one, which is fine. These will make the straw bales go a little bit further, and will also save us a little bit with the mixed ration as well. You can take it right to the wire with the straw and do like 30%. Let's go around the back of this barn rather than trying to turn around with that tree. Yeah, I tend to do a full bale of hay, mix it up with a bale of or the same amount of silage, and then yeah, top the rest up with straw and with the pellets, which works out pretty well for us on here, to be honest. So let's get this emptied, and then we can see exactly what the oh, turn it on. There we go, and empty. Yeah, there we go, and properly into the feed trays of the cows. Much better. So finished the first lot. Let's head back round, do the same again, and get some more in. How much did that fill our cows? Oh wow, not much at all. They take so much, these cows. So yeah, it looks like we've got a few rounds to go today, and that's a good thing, because we can use up as much silage as we need to from our shed there, and make sure from the big silo there, and make sure the cows are fed. Looks like it's gonna be quite a few rounds of this. I think we could probably do with a much bigger mixing wagon. 22,000 liters is what this one is, but where are we? Animal feeding. So that's the one we've got at 22,000. That's 24. Do we have anything bigger here? No, we don't. So I may have to go and find something bigger in order to feed the cows, because this at the moment is just not big enough really for this farm. Mixed in the straw, the hay, and the mineral feed. We will just finish this off with this. So fill that up and then just go to the top. Now that we know how much we need in each case, should be good. So TMR, we've got a good mixture there, actually a really good mixture there. And then we'll take this. So we know actually from this, a full straw bale is going to be not enough, or going to be too much, sorry. If I switch over my output to this side and we come out of here, yeah, there we go. And that will be a much better empty. And yeah, we need something bigger. I need to go and see if I can find a bigger TMR mixer. And we're done again. Let's take this out the way then. And I think I might leave this for now and have a look at where we are. So yeah, 44,000 liters. They're okay for now. Their health has taken a little bit of a hit because we didn't manage to sell them. We've got, so yeah, we've got 2 lots that are in puberty. How old are some of these? 40 months, 34 months. Yeah, so our oldest cows are these. These ones are reproducing, and then these are our calves at 4 months. and we got some calves at 9 months as well. So we've had 2 rounds of births on the farm so far, which is great because that means our amount of milk is going to increase. Next up then that we need to do is probably get them some water. So I'm going to drop... Oh, no, actually, we need to do it with the tank, don't we? So we'll turn this off and go and get the truck. Another upgrade I think we need to do on here is probably to get a larger water tanker. Our truck is great and everything and nice and flexible, but we could possibly do with a bigger water tank. Oh, we're standing in the water now. It holds 6,000 odd litres, but that is not going to go very far in the grand scheme of things. Ideally, if we have a look at the other water tanks that are available, so that would be under animals, we can get as much as 32,000 litres from that one. So, yeah, I think that would go really well. Is that... Yeah, we've got 2 of these. So we could use these for milk and other stuff. They do hold 6,000. They do have an unreal capacity, but I'm not going to be using that. So, yeah, ideally, we want to get... Oh, it doesn't handle here well. I think we need better, wider wheels on this. But it doesn't allow us really to take much more than a very small amount of water. So I'm thinking a lorry or a big truck or something like that we can connect up. We kind of need all of that. I am keeping an eye on the store here and seeing what we've got. We've got a large Bergman trailer come in for 63,000, but otherwise, yeah, nothing of any great use. Based on what everybody said, I let the other one go, the other seeder go last time. It was a bit of an expense, and we've got this one here and didn't really need to replace it. So I've left it for now. We might up the amount of horsepower on the big tractor, though, because I feel that we could go for a bigger seeder, a bigger planter, if we were to upgrade that. So at the moment, I think that's probably a good way to look for that as well. And with the water tank full again, we can head back, drop this off, and that gets our cows going. I think what we're going to do next today is probably get our John Deere, the larger 6M, say John Deere, the larger 6M onto the manure spreader, the slurry spreader, and get that outputting stuff, because... or spreading stuff, because any distance we can get on the field is brilliant, and we do have snow on the way. So if that settles overnight as well, we're not going to be able to do this until February. February is going to be busy selling all of the cotton bales anyway. We know we've got 7 trips, I think it is, at least, to go and get those sold. So best plan, I think, is to get as much ahead as we can. So we'll get our Joskin spreader here. We'll get onto the former maize fields, get them spread with this before we mulch those, and we do the chisel plow on them. And it's going to be a much quicker turnaround on the cotton fields, which don't require ploughing. So that should make things a lot easier for us. First up then is field 8. I'm going to start at the far side of the field, work my way back this way, I think. Although normally the better way to do it is start off at this side, work our way across, and then deal with the headlands. So I'm going to do that. Let's bring this round then. Lay ourselves up here and start getting the slurry spreading. And yeah, this is going to take us up a nice couple of levels in our nitrogen and hopefully not take up too much because well, we have a decent amount of it. It's not going to last very long, especially on a field this size, and you can already see that. I think we're going to get like 2 rows off this. I stand corrected. It looks like we might get just over 3 rows from this, which is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, we're down to 7% and 3 rows. I think we're going to get part way through this next row. So that is, yeah, really nice. It's about well, we're gonna get a quarter of the way through this row, or is it gonna fall short of that? No, I think we've got about a third of the way through this row at this point. That is really good. That's a very nice level for where we are, and yeah, we've got a way to go, but this is not a job that is going to take us massively long. I don't think it may be something we have to do for the rest of January on this field and the other one. But if we get to that point with these, that is going to mean the cotton fields are going to be nicely ahead. The only trouble we've got is this is the tractor I need to use the mulcher on as well. So we're getting to a point on the farm where another tractor would probably be useful, especially at this time of year when we need to do this kind of job. So gonna be on the lookout for that, because that would be really, really good to have at this point. About halfway through the main part of this field, and we are on our 3rd tank of slurry. So we're doing really well, actually. That is a good amount to have got on here. Does give us just sort of a very vague base on this field for how much we're gonna need in total. If I can get the main body of the field of this covered, I think we're not doing too badly. I think we're actually going to end up going further. So let's get that producing again and keep working our way across this field, and hopefully get enough slurry on here just to raise our nitrogen levels enough to save a little bit of money when we come over here with the sprayer later on, once we get the new level of cotton onto here, or the new planting of cotton onto here. And yeah, that will then set us up for getting this mulched next time, and then chisel plowed, because of where we are and what we're doing. And then in March we should be able to turn around straight away almost and get this field seeded with the cotton. Nice early harvest on the cotton, hopefully, and we want to get the maize in as quickly as possible this year as well. We had this issue last year. We weren't really quick enough in getting the maize in, and it caused us all sorts of problems as a result. We do know that we can cut it a lot earlier than we cut it last time. So we'll probably be doing a whole load of green silage next time to try and get things in quicker. But at the moment, this is all about getting the slurry on, and the slurry is going on nicely. Our 3rd load of slurry is done, and our bunker silos have both finished fermenting as well. So that's good news. Those we won't be able to do anything with till January. I mean, we could sell the silage now, but I very much want to get our BGA built over here before I start doing that. The other thing that's happened is in the shop, this has appeared. A Class Axion 800. It's 100,000. It is the US config, and yeah, that's a really good deal. How many hours does this have on it? Only 7.4 hours. So I was talking a minute ago about how much we could really do with another tractor on here to do the work that we need to get done and need to finish off. It's not a John Deere, but it would work fairly well for the farm. So I'm going to put that one to you guys. What do you think? Should we go sell a load of our silage next time? We've got some fairly good high value at the moment, and maybe get that tractor, or do you think we should hold off and wait a little bit longer before we go searching for another tractor on here, and maybe seeing if we can get another deer to add to the fleet? The sun is beginning to set here now, and we are coming up to 5 in the afternoon. However, we don't have that much left to go on this field. We have 15% left in the tank, 14% left in the tank. I think what I'm going to do is start doing this headland here. We can then use the single headland we have at this end to go and... oh, no, turn that off. Right, there we go. The single headland we have at the end here to then go up around the top of the field in a minute, and then finish off on the other side. There's a very good chance, actually, we're going to finish up in the top corner, which isn't ideal, not exactly where I wanted to end up, but we should be all right. And this is going to run out before I reach the end of here. I'm going to have to get some lights on to finish this job. But actually, that's gone a little bit further than I expected it to. And based on how much we've used elsewhere, I don't think it's going to take much more than one more tank to get this field finished. It's not going to take much more, as I thought. We are, though, at a point where snow is beginning to fall. The light is definitely fading, and I want to catch as much of the rest of this headland as possible, because I think what I'm going to find is that the well, yeah, it's going to leave a thin slither along the top edge of the field here, which, in all honesty, I'm not going to waste our precious slurry that we have got on that. It's not a huge amount that's going to be left from it, and as a result, it's, you know, it's a little spot that isn't going to cost us an absolute fortune to get with a or with the fertilizer, with the liquid fertilizer. When we come to do that, it's all quite good. And plus, I don't want to be spreading too much of this while I've also got a load of water coming from the sky as well. So that's done there. That is all of our, or that is all of field 8 done. We've got only 886 litres left in here. How much do we have on of actual slurry? 22,230 litres left, so barely more than another tank. So this isn't going to go very far in the next field. Thankfully, we do have until the morning to generate a bit more, so hopefully our cows will generate a little more slurry for tomorrow. So I'm going to park this in this shed here, just out the way. There we go, like that. We've still got this wheat to sell. How many of these bales do we have? Yeah, it's 4.5, so it's 90,000 litres. So that is going to be worth an awful lot of money in a couple of days. Right, one more tractor to gather in, and then we can, we're done for the day. I've actually left it running here, which isn't ideal, but it's okay. So we'll get this parked into the shed as well, and then we're finished for today. Today we are loading up with a load of silage. We're going to be doing a lot of silage selling because I asked last time if you guys thought I should buy this tractor that has come up for sale. So the resounding response was yes. So I'm looking to grab this. I need to get it with at least 235, possibly 264 horsepower on it. So we're looking to get it at this sort of price. So we're looking at about 128,000 that we need to raise for this. So we're going to be running down to the sell point with this. We're quite fortunate in that the best price at the moment for silage is well, it's 343 at central exports, but we can't afford that. The biogas plant, however, is only £1 less, and it's a roundabout best price. So we want to go and sell some of this at that price and get that. Now, the biogas plant we haven't visited yet. So what I need to do is highlight it here, tag it, and then we get a good idea of where it is. Looking on the map, though, I think the biogas plant is down the bottom here. So it's not too far from the animal dealer anyway. So hopefully we'll be able to make a bit of cash from this today. I really wanted to get our own biogas plant up and running to sell this to, but we have quite a lot of this anyway. So yeah, I want to get this in, get this tractor, and then once we've done this, we can get back to spreading some slurry and getting our fields ready for planting in March. One thing I am worried about with this today is how long this job might take us to get done. It's looking like quite a long journey down here. We are at 11 minutes past 9. Don't know how many hours that is still going to be available for. Does this open? Or no, I think we just back up to it. Like so. This tip here. Silage is not accepted here. Why not? That is the tipping point for it, I think. Oh, unless that's where we fill up with slurry. We've not reached the point. Ah, there we are. That's where we want to get this. So we want to head up the top here and try and tip this into these, I think. Yeah, there we go. It did highlight. So we'll get this into here. Interesting that there is a tipping point there. I'm guessing that that is for slurry if we want to sell that. But we'll tip this into here. See how much we make of this trailer. So we had 44,000 litres in this trailer. And we are aiming for 128,000 to buy this tractor. And we're hitting 15,200, so 16, about 17,000 a load. This is going to take us a while. I think we're going to need to probably bring in nearly 400,000 in order to afford everything we want today, and that's nearly 10 loads of this trailer. Thinking about it, it's closer to 8 loads, and it seems to be taking about 45 minutes to probably actually an hour round trip each one. So that is most of the day taken up doing this. I'm wondering if there's some way, maybe I can get a hired worker to navigate this down to the BGA. So when this is filled up, we will load up. See if we can get it to go from here. So hired worker, and I want you to be this tractor here. I want to create a job, and I want to load and deliver. So I want you to load from my small stave silo, and I want you to unload at, let's see, South Valley Biogas Factory. Is that where that is? Let's have a look. We want to deliver silage to biogas plant 1 megawatt. Okay, so back to here, back to this. That is the small stave silo. Create job. Let's load and deliver from the small stave silo to the 1 megawatt factory. There we go. Looping job and start it. Build type not supported by loading station. Ah, there we go. Yeah, we needed silage. There we are. And start job. And this, hopefully, target is unreachable. That is really annoying. So, yeah, this is a job we're going to have to do ourselves because apparently it thinks it can't do this job, despite the fact it's fairly easy. I think if I had auto drive, I could get it to do it. But as it is, we're going to have to do it manually. And look at this. It's already 10:30. So, I think we're going to have to look into an alternative, which I kind of didn't want to have to do. But if we sell a cotton bale, that's going to get us a long way very quickly. Thankfully, cotton bales are only a few pounds off our best price at the moment. So we wouldn't be losing very much by selling a couple of them today. We might even be in a position where we get the best price, as we've had it before where bales have, or where crops have reduced in price when we have not sold them when we think we might get a little bit more. And looking at it at the moment, we're going 2,422 is the best price at Central Exports, which is also closer to our farm. And price fluctuations, 2,487 is the best price. So we're not losing a massive amount. We're losing about £50 per 1,000 litres. So a couple of bales with 20,000 litres, we're gonna at most lose around £1,000 if we go and sell them now per bale. So £2,000 in total. Now, compared to missing out on that tractor completely, I think that's probably the better way to go. Judging by the fact it's nearly midday and we're heading back to the farm now after only our second trip, it is very much certain that we just won't raise enough money in time selling this silage. This is why I want to build a BGA at the farm, because we won't have to travel all the way across to the far side of the map to load up with more or to sell our silage. We'll be able to just do it here, probably with a wheel loader and a large bucket, and get it all done. So let's get our trailer, which, where is it? I think it's in this shed here. Yes, it's in the corner there, and load up a couple of these bales. We've got 4 full bales and 1 half bale. So if we take 2 of the full bales to get sold, that should allow us to raise the money we need. We're looking at about 45,000 per bale. So we'd get 90,000 off these, off 2 of these, which is enough, I think, with 1 more run of silage to actually go and buy the tractor. So reverse this in, and once we're in position, we can open it up and load a bale on. Perfect. Then we'll bring it back down, and we've got a lot shorter distance to go with this. And of course, we'll make some extra money as well from our environment score too. So yeah, we're expecting about 45,000 from this bale plus a bit on the top. If we get 50,000 for both bales, that is easily enough for us to immediately get the tractor with the setup we want on it. One thing I might consider looking at on here is possibly buying the spinnery and delivering a single cotton bale into it each year to create some fabric out of it, and maybe converting that into clothes, buying the clothing factory as well. I think that could end up being really lucrative on top of what we make from these bales. It's, yeah, there's quite a bit of money to be made from that, I think. Is that the sale point? Yeah, there we go. Wow, that is not as much as I thought it would be. I thought we might make... We've made 25,000 off one bale. That's very surprising. Price is 2,003. Why did we make so little off the cotton bale? That's a very, very weird thing to happen. I think we need to look into that a bit much. Are these only 10,000 litre bales? I thought these were much bigger than that. So 25,000 is quite disappointing off that. I thought we were going to make a lot more money. Certainly the amount of money we're expecting is much, much higher than that. I thought we were going to make like 200,000 off these bales. So let's load up the next one. Just check exactly how big these bales are. So it says just one cotton bale, but these are 20,000 litres. Something is very, very wrong. We should have made a lot more money off that. Let's have a look at these prices. So, 2,432 was the price. So 2,432 was the price. That was multiplied by 20,000. Yeah, we should have made over 48,000 on that bale, and we didn't. That is very, very weird. So yeah, we need to multiply whatever we make off the silage bales by 2, because it seems we're getting under, or not the silage bales, the cotton bales by 2. I've mistakenly unloaded that. Let's load it back up again, which it's not going to do. But yeah, we're getting underpaid for our cotton bales. That's not good. So yeah, we need to alter. I think we're going to have to add some money in, because the prices are not adding up from the looks of things. Okay, so for a sense of transparency, what I'm going to do here is we're going to calculate what we should make from this bale before we unload it first. So we know that it has 20,000 litres in it, this bale. It's possible that... yeah, there we go. Bale, 20,000 litres. So this bale at 20,000 litres should give us 2,435 multiplied by 20,000 divided by 1,000, because that's per 1,000 litres, and that should give us 48,700 is what we're expecting. So let's have a look and see if it actually does. We will unload it, and 48,700. Yes, it does. Okay, so that tells me the first bale that I delivered was actually only 10,000 litres. which means the bales I have left must all be 20,000 litre bales. Now, if this is the case, and we really have sold the single bale that I had that was only half full, that will be fantastic, because we are within a stone's throw of buying the tractor. However, I thought that this bale here was my smallest bale. It's not. It really isn't. We've got, yeah, 20,000, 20,000, and 20,000. So, yeah, I sold by mistake a bale I didn't mean to. It was the smallest bale that I had. I thought I'd place that on the end. I haven't. It was placed nearest to the wall. So, yeah, that's actually really good news. I thought everything had mucked up and we had a problem. So what I'm going to go and do now, as we are within a stone's throw of this, and I only wanted to sell 2 bales, we should be able to go and get one more trailer of this sold to give us enough money. So fill this up. We will run this down to the BGA. And actually, I want to run this down to the BGA, get the tractor, get the new tractor, and then we'll do one more run of silage today so that we can afford to put some GPS on it as well. Because I think GPS on the new tractor might be really useful. Or I might see if we can do something about getting a larger feed wagon for our cows. Back to the BGA and see how much we make from this lot. This should be enough for us to get the tractor, I think, which will be really, really good. I mean, that's going to be so positive for the farm. With any luck, well, we should then make 150,000 off the cotton next game day, at least. We're expecting the price to go up, so extra money coming for that. We have just enough money to get the tractor with the extra or the increased power. So I think we're going to do that. I might actually not quite go for the full power that I was looking for, and instead just get it with about 135 horsepower. That should be more than enough for what we're looking to do on the farm. And yeah, let's head to the shop and see if we can pick up a class tractor. So getting this tractor probably means that we're going to be using this John Deere a little less. This one has 63.6 hours on it, and therefore it's getting a little bit long in the tooth for a tractor in Farm Sim. But this is the one we want, the Axion. If we take it up to 235, that will cost us an extra 15,000 rather than an extra 29,500. So yeah, we'll take the 830. I'm going to put Michelin tires on it. We've got the US design. We're not going to put the Isaria or the GPS on it. And the number plate, we need to select somebody from the producer level Patreons to have on our number plate. And after losing a number plate on the tractor because we sold the New Holland, Thefisherj is back. Congratulations to you. You have the number plate on the class. So yeah, we're going to put you on this, and congratulations to you. Let's buy this then. 114,000. Actually, 114,400. Can I add the GPS? Yes, we can afford GPS on this as well. So we will get GPS on this tractor and buy that. Yes, perfect. Nothing new in here, but lurking over the other side of the yard here, we now have a brand spanking new class tractor that is going to be perfect for what we want and how we're going forwards. So I'm going to put the follow me on this tractor on that. and we'll drive this home. And look at that. Brand new class Axion 830 to add to our farm. So there we go, safely back to the yard with our brand new tractor. This tractor needs to be refilled, I think. It's currently, it's currently getting low on fuel. I might do one more run down to the BGA this evening, get a little bit more silage sold. Actually, no, I don't think we need to. What I'm going to do is get this refueled, put my trailer away, and I think with the light beginning to fade, that's a good place to finish. We are going to build a BGA out here, though, in the near future, and get some space over here. So we will sell our silage there when we can maximize our profits by having methane and electricity and things like that to sell. In the meantime, we've got this really nice class that we can be putting to work on here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what this has. Today is going to be a big sell-off day. Well, we've only got 3 of these bales left after selling yesterday. But the cotton is at best price. It's hit, it's 2,404 is the target, and we're getting 2,434 at Johnson's Farm and Market and the Spinnery. So that's where we're going to be taking this. We've still got the trailer hooked up to the John Deere here. We're going to use the John Deere instead of Class because the John Deere is fully repaired at the moment, and the Class needs a little bit of work, so it's sitting in our workshop. We also have the wheat to sell. We've actually missed the best price for the wheat. We were mucking about so much with everything else yesterday that we forgot to sell the wheat off when it hit its best price. It's only a small pile sitting in the corner, so that's okay. It's not a huge loss, and it's still fairly good price at the moment. So plan is to go and get that sold today as well, and we'll just use a bucket to scoop that off the ground. But should be a fairly good start today with that 2,400 per bale. We're gonna make quite a lot of money. I think, well, actually 2,400. We're gonna make nearly 50,000 a bale today, which is exceptionally good. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how much we have by the end of today. We may try and do some runs down to the BGA as well, get a bit of money from our silage too. And then I need to talk about what we're going to do about our own BGA, because unfortunately, looking at the prices, I think our plans may have changed. But first, we're going to drop the first bale of cotton down at Johnson's Farmers Market. Get a nice start to our cash. I'm guessing it's this outer one here that we want to do it to. So let's pull this forwards and unload. Now, talking about the BGA and the costs there, let's sell that bale off. 53,000. Wow. 5,600 environmental score reward as well. That is insanely good. So yeah, we're getting over 53,000. Oh yeah, over 53,000 a bale. Now, having a look in the construction menu here and looking at how much the pumps and hoses BGA is, the base price for just the fermenter is 260,000, and then on top of that we've got everything we need to build with it. So we've got the Avius, that's 360,000 is the cheapest one of those. The actual area to tip it into, which I'd need this one, that's 179. Yeah, it's just not going to be possible for us to build the pumps and hoses BGA. So I think instead the way I'm going to go is I'm going to go and put... I'm going to put 2 of the bales in here, get a load of money in, and then we're going to go and buy the spinnery and use that to create some fabric from our cotton. It'll take a while to do it. It'll give us something to do over the year, but it will also increase the price or increase the value we get from our cotton each year. And we'll only really be able to put a single bale through it. There's only so much capacity at the spinnery, but it will still increase the price of that single bale. And that single bale, as we've seen, is already worth 50,000. If we're lucky, we might be able to double that price. So let's get back in the barn and pick up our second bale then and get that sold. So we're looking at being somewhere in the region of about 108,000 off this from this bale. So load that up here, and it means we're not going to immediately make any money from our third and final bale doing it this way, but I think we've got enough at the moment to be getting on with, and enough to keep us going, especially as I said, we have no hope of affording that BGA anytime soon. We would need to have more fields and a lot more cotton to do that in a single year, or we'd need to have more ways of bringing in cash. It's one of those big end game costs, I think, for to build a BGA with pumps and hoses, or the alternative is you borrow $1 million and build it and then pay it back. Unfortunately, this series is a no loan series, so we have no loan on here. We can't get a loan on here, and therefore we can't raise the money immediately like that to actually buy the to get the BGA. So yeah, best bet is just to keep taking trailer fulls down to the BGA when we need it, and doing it that way. With the amount of maize, the amount of corn that we're making, that is quite a few trips, and this is why I was considering getting a BGA. Maybe the solution is to have a look and add a truck to the farm. I think certainly at this point I'm going to be on the lookout in the used machinery for a truck, something that we can connect up to a larger trailer and take a larger amount down in one go. Second bale to the sell point, pull in, and I'll already start unloading it like that, and that way when we hit the spot it'll just slide straight out. 108,263 in total now. Oh, cotton is so great. I mean, we've made a huge amount of cotton off the farm this year, a huge amount of money off cotton off the farm this year, and we haven't even put our final bale in. So I want to go back, and we're going to go and get the final bale, and we're going to head down to the spinnery. So I will see you down there. Down to the spinnery, and before I go in, 108 should be enough. I don't think this is one of the places that costs 110. Let's have a look. No, 60,000 for the spinnery. Yes, we will purchase that. Does take our profit. That's a huge chunk of our profit today to buy the spinnery, but it will take a single bale of cotton every year, and it will double the amount we make from that bale of cotton every year. So that's really good news, especially if we can get the tailors as well. So let's unload this. 20,000 liters of cotton into there. It'll take a while, I think, to... Oh, no, it has gone in. Wow. Just as I left it. And if we go back here, you can see what... So it will actually, it'll take 2 full bales of cotton, but it will take a while to actually do those. So what I want to do is deactivate the wool because we have no sheep. And yeah, we will output a whole load of fabric. We're going to store it for now. So 2 cotton makes 1 fabric. So we're expecting 10,000 liters of fabric out of this. Fabric sells for 6,856 at its peak in April. Yeah, that's 10,000, 60,000, over 60,000 for that. So there's it's not a huge increase, but that will immediately, the single bale will immediately pay for this. But if we can convert it to clothes sell for 18,000 per 1,000 liters. So yeah, that's the ultimate plan, is to try and get the tailors and increase the price even more. So it's not a massive amount that it adds. Amazingly, it does mean that the bale we've put in here isn't going to lose us any money, because we will immediately make money from it, but not quite as much as I thought I was going to make, surprisingly. So we are going to head back up to the farm now. We have invested a huge chunk of money in that, and yeah, I need to find where the tailors is and find out how much that is going to cost me to buy that as well, because I think that is where the best thing is, to get a little bit of our cotton each year through the spinnery, through the tailors, and to make some extra cash that way. If I'm honest, I find myself a little bit disappointed by how little extra value the spinnery does add to the cotton. Turning the cotton to fabric is only going to add about 10,000, maybe 15,000 to our total amount of money that we would make from it otherwise. So it's about, yeah, it's about a third instead of twice as much, which was what I was hoping for. So yeah, it's not great, if I'm honest. What I need to do is I need to load up that wheat next. I'm not sure though our little 6M is gonna have a high enough reach to get it into this trailer. We need to hook this up and do this. Spending a lot of time in this tractor today, and actually I want to try out my new class, so we'll do that. Also, the new class moves a little bit faster than that one does. Let's do this. Repair cost is 2,900. This is why it was sitting there. So we'll get that repaired and sorted, and then we can go and put the John Deere away. In fact, oh, I know what we have not repurchased yet. I don't think we have a pressure washer again yet, do we? So unless I put it at the end of this barn here. No. Okay, so we don't have a pressure washer again yet. I'm going to put that down here next to this shed. So let's purchase. Oh, hello. Look at that. That is a massive. Oh, we may end up spending our remaining 40,000. We got the horsepower to run this. That is huge. That would be a really nice addition, that Maxi Line Plus. Our biggest problem actually is that because we're not building the BGA, we have no way of making extra slurry or digestate was what I was going for. So yeah, that's really annoying. Right, that we will have to have a look at that. That has only just come up. So we want tools, we want the style pressure washer, which isn't very expensive, and we want to get it as close. I would love to put it in this barn here. In fact, I think it would sit fairly well in that barn here. So we can do this by going B, that will place anywhere. and I could put it in the edge of this here. So I need to put it right back here, but that's a bit far to reach. So if I put it here inside the shed, like that. Oh, no. No, it's put it through the floor, hasn't it? Ah, okay. We'll have to put it outside. So let's keep it away from there and try and get it on the floor. There we go. So not overlapping. We'll put it there. Well, that's cost me twice as much as it should, because underneath here now, really low down is that. But we've got the pressure washer back. Yeah, that's really super annoying. I might add the money back in for that, because that shouldn't have happened like that. That should have placed it on top of that and didn't, unless it's placed it on the roof. Nope. I got charged and didn't get the pressure washer, which is really annoying. Right, I'm going to clean this tractor down, put it away, and then we'll get the class out and sorted on the trailer and see if we can actually load this wheat up and get that sold. Ideally, I would love to have done some field work today, but I think the grass... the grass was still a bit frozen. I don't think it is anymore. So we certainly might be able to get some field work done today. I want to just see if I can load up this wheat first before the price drops any further. So I've got the big bucket on my little 6M. And we'll just see if we can reach over the top with the John Deere front loader. No. Oh, without the sides on the trailer, I can do it. So maybe we drop the sides off the trailer just to get this wheat sold, I think. Oh, action was running. So we'll just take this over to the workshop, drop the sides off, and then we can get the wheat in this trailer and get that sold. It's hanging about the farm. It's not making any money, and it's taking up space. So, yeah, really want to get that gone. And back up our Red Rock trailer. And into here. Very tempted to restore the red of this Red Rock trailer, but I think we're all right. Okay, so customize it. That's actually all the customizing we want to do is take that off. Otherwise, yeah, we're good, I think. Do I want any side markers or anything? What's the design difference? Decal red, decal. Okay, no. And the rest of that is all good. Right, so customize that so that we take off the bits at the take off our silage bits and connect that. There we are. And then we can get this loaded up with the wheat and get that sold. Because we're not planning on doing any wheat on here. What I might enable on here, because we do need some bales every year, is I might enable the straw from contracts mod so that we can go and just follow a combine round when we get a contract later in the year, and just get that done and get us some of that straw so that we can add that to our feeding for the cows. Would be really, really useful, and would allow us to get some straw without having to pay any money. Because to be honest, if we're paying money for straw, it's not really worth having straw in our mixture, because everything else we can get off the farm. But if we can get it as part of a contract, I think that would work well for us. We can only just get this in here. That's interesting. And as somebody pointed out in when I first got this bucket, it is a bit big for this tractor. Now it's I mainly got it so that I could move silage around easily and not worry too much about it. We've got it here for this job. I was a little bit worried it wasn't going to work. I am a little bit concerned that we're not picking up all of this wheat off the floor. It's almost as if it's fallen through the bottom of this shed, and that is very worrying. We've actually got quite a few litres of wheat off here. I mean, that is 6,000 straight off the bat. Yeah, it definitely looks like this grain has fallen through the floor. It's picking a little bit off, but not picking all of it. It's having real trouble getting it up. So, yeah, it looks like it's fallen through the floor, and we're not going to be able to get all of this up. So I'm going to have to somehow clear that away. And don't think it's a huge amount that's missing, but it's enough to make me go, well, that's annoying. So I think one recommendation I've got for this map is don't tip corn on the floor of the barns. The barns do not seem to be able to take it. Yeah, that's pretty flat with the floor at this point. That's that has fallen through the floor there. There's a bit of a pile in the corners, but it's not picking any of that up otherwise. It's considering it as just going over the top. And I think we may have fallen through the floor on here before. But yeah, that is annoying. We're not going to be able to get all of the wheat out of this shed. We got most of it, and that's a decent amount we got on here. We've got over 10,000 litres collected up. So I reckon that there's probably a couple of thousand litres extra just stuck in the floor there. But we can at least go and get this sold and get it out of our way. And I'll then have to try and work out how to get rid of the rest of it. Maybe we'll get somebody to come in and sort that for us. Yeah, this bucket is ridiculous on this tractor. So I'm going to go and park that over this side. And put that down there like that. The one other thing I want to do quickly is there's a front weight here that I meant to put onto the class. I don't know if I can get my front loader far enough out the way to get this on the front of the tractor. Yes, I can. Yep, there we go. So we'll just pick that up. That can go on the front of the class, just to add a little bit of weight to it. Not overly important for the current job it's doing, but I think it's worth sort of getting that off the floor of the shed. So just drop that there like that, and then we can put that on the class and get that moving. I just noticed something fairly alarming. We're down at Central Exports to sell the wheat, so we'll get this sold here, and that's not the alarming part, thankfully. The alarming part is that we actually need to be seeding cotton at the moment. I'd completely miscalculated. I thought cotton went in March. It doesn't. Well, it can do, but it starts going in February. So we're going to have to get this back to the farm. We're going to have to start getting. We're going to have to get our large John Deere out, and we're going to have to get that working on field 8 while we get this getting some more slurry down on our other 2 cornfields, because tomorrow, 2nd day of February, we are going to have to get the cotton in the ground in order to try and get an earlier harvest this year than we had last year. So there's 2 things we need to do to get the cotton in tomorrow. One, we need to get these old cornfields ploughed. Let's get that hooked up. And we've got our big plough here. Thankfully, on this farm, ploughing is not the massively long job that we have on other fields, which is good. It has so many gears, this John Deere, and so we can set a hired worker going and doing, well, courseplay worker going and doing field 8 now. Thankfully, we've already spread some slurry on this field, so that is all good. But we also need to get slurry on the other 2 cornfields. So bring this up. We'll set the course. I want to do a single headland. That should be more than enough. We want to do center first headland corners. I want it to do sharp. And hopefully that will work fine. And yes, so let's generate a course. And that is perfect. So, yeah, let's go get this going, and hopefully this will get this job done today, and then we can get this field planted tomorrow. And then in the meantime, we can be going and getting slurry on the remaining 2 fields. If we can slurry the remaining 2 fields today, that is going to make a huge difference to us, because it's going to mean we've got plenty of time to get everything done tomorrow. If we can't get these 2 fields slurry today, then we're going to be in a little bit of a worse way. So unfold our big plow. I love this ripper. It is absolutely awesome. And I love that we've got this tractor to go on it now. It's pretty much perfect. Right. First waypoint. And away you go. And yeah. This will make very quick work of this field. Meanwhile, I'm going to hook this tractor up to our slurry spreader. Really tempted to go and get the one with the dribble bar, but it's 40,000 and is not going to add that much to us. If we'd bought the BGA at the far side of the map, and it was going to reduce the amount of time that we had to travel around the map, and everything, then it would be worth it. If we had our own BGA, it would be worth it. But we don't have a massive amount of slurry. We've only got, sort of 30,000 liters. We're going to use that up fairly quickly here now. So we've got just field 5B to do, and field 6. Getting both of those done should be a snap, but we'll just set it up. Right, first thing I want is to turn on GPS, and then we will line ourselves up here. We're going 90 degrees. I think, 90 degrees is what we want. So let's bring the menu up here. We want A+ heading. So set this at 90 degrees, auto width, bring our bit across, perfect, turn off the lines, set that, and then away we go. Nope, that didn't activate. Sometimes my side panel does double click, and it's a little bit annoying when it does. There we go. That is away, and we'll see how far we can get with this. Yeah, we really want to get as far as we can with this today. How far we can get in an hour or so, I'm not really sure. But we might get the job done. We might get lucky. Looking at this, we're down to 21% on this tank of slurry. I think we've probably got another tank, maybe a little bit after that. So I think we're only going to get about halfway through this field anyway, which is kind of what happened last year. We managed to slurry part of the farm, but not all of it. So my hope very much is that we'll be able to get halfway through this field, get that sorted, and then we can we'll have to use solid fertilizer, or actually liquid fertilizer is what we've got on here for the rest. And we had to put it on here anyway. It's just that it saves us a bit of money to get the slurry on. Yeah, there we go. We're good. And so, yeah, there we are. That tank's out. So I've got about another tank and a half to get on here. And then we can go and see where we are at that point. And coming to the end of the field, 1% done there. I don't know how much we've got left. It has just gone 5:30 in the evening. This is... it's not gone too badly. I'm not unhappy about it. I really, really wish... Oh, wow. Now I need to turn the lights on. I really, really wish I had been able to get the BGA. And I think my original calculations probably were about right. We were looking at getting 400,000 roughly for everything, including the slurry, the silage, sorry. But because we, oh wow, this, yeah, it's not a huge amount left. But because we went for this tractor, which I do not regret, this tractor absolutely perfect for what we need. It's left us a little bit short. We would have had 250,000. It would have been, yeah, enough with the silage as well to have got this. So it would have been good. Looks like our big tractor is in need of repair as well. Right, we want to just get this done. We'll get the big tractor then in for repairs this evening, and that will have to continue ploughing that field tomorrow. This tractor should be powerful enough to handle doing the seeding, I think. So we can get this doing the seeding with the big tractor finishing off the ploughing, and with any luck we can get through all these fields tomorrow. If we don't, it's not the end of the world. We will just be planting cotton into March, but kind of in March is when I'm aiming to be getting the corn in the ground. So yeah, we need to all go tomorrow. 2nd day of February, cotton needs to be in, and we are now out of slurry. So that is it. How well has this field done? Yeah, we managed to get over halfway through this field, so I'm quite happy with that. We've got all of field 8 done. We've got half of field 5 done. That will cut down our fertilizing costs at least a bit, and we can then concentrate maybe next year on getting the BGA, especially if we hold enough money back. Today we are going to be getting the cotton planted. Ideally we want to get it planted before the end of today's planting window. We only have 2 fields of cotton to plant though this year, and the second one of those is this one. So what I'm going to do is get this tractor going on here with it. We should be able to unfold our fairly large chisel plow. The larger of the fields that we had to do is already done. So that's really good news. We just need to get this one done now. So let's back this into this corner here. We will create a course for it. We're going to do 1 headland. We want sharpen the corners and generate that. Now that has not done it in 90 degrees, which is kind of what I expected it to do. So I'm going to set this to the longest edge and generate it. Again, that's not quite done it. Right, one more try. We will go manual and we will go angle of 90 degrees and generate. There we go. That is what I wanted. Really weird that it did an angle, but I think it's to do with this being an ever so slight an angle here on this top edge. You can see it there. So, yeah, let's keep that lifted. And then we're going to head down to the bottom corner of the field and get this set up. So a nice early start on this today should mean that this field gets done. But really, we want to get this field not only done with this, but also planted and rolled today. So it's quite a big task ahead to get both of these fields done. That, though, is off and going. So now we want to head back up to the farm and get the seeder or the planter out. And for the planter, we're going to use our second biggest tractor on the farm, which of course is our brand new class So we'll back this up over here and attach this to our planter, like so. And this should do absolutely fine on this job, I think. It should be plenty of horsepower. If we have a quick look at our planter, it's 170 horsepower requirement for the planter, and our tractor has 235. So this is more than enough. We've got no... actually, we've got nothing in here. So we need to open up all of these. We'll get seeds in first. We do have quite a few in the far shed. So we should be able to do this. Grab our little 6M. And we'll go and grab the bag lifter as well. And then we'll be able to get this all loaded up and started on the field. We stored all of our big bags down in this shed after we built the new sheds. So what have we got in here? We have got a whole load of seed. We've got no solid fertilizer, which is how we've been running it. We've been topping things up with the liquid fertilizer because we have the sprayer. And we won't buy that until a little bit further into the year. So we should have enough seeds for now to get seeding it ourselves. And I'm going to run the class today. We're going to get that going. And then once it gets to the point where we're most of the way through the field, we will get the other John Deere, the larger 6M, on the rollers and get that rolling the field. So let's load up with a whole load of seeds. And there we go. It's taken 1,000 litres of seed. So it only takes 1,000 litres of seed, which is basically a single big bag. Let's have a look. Yeah, 1,000 litres. Double check that's full. It is. So we will then close this down. So all of these along here. And done. And we want to close that as well. And yeah, we've got the GPS on here. So that is really nice and really helpful. And should mean that we can get this set up fairly easily. GPS is on. So approach this corner. And I'm going to work from this corner across the field. That should allow us to get the right setup for all of this, and we need to leave enough space at the ends here. We've got a rough idea of how big our headlands should be though, so that's all good. We will set up our GPS, so bring up our menu here, and I'm going to do it A+ heading. So then when we set this, we can go at 0 actually. Will do us fine. And now we can see exactly where we want to be on the field and exactly how we want this set up. Move that across, lined up with the edges. Make sure that we're doing cotton because, of course, otherwise we've got the wrong crop going into the field. And yeah, about there I think should be good. Lines off. Turn our seeder on. Drop it down. But I don't think this is a seeder that you need to turn on. I think this is one that just seeds if it runs. No, that isn't. So turn it on. There we go. And away we go with getting the cotton into the ground. Now, field 8 is a pretty big field. And I think it's going to take us a large chunk of the day to do it. I'm not too worried if we don't get both of our fields done today. The important thing is we get both of the fields rolled today, and I very much am keeping an eye on that. I'm gonna start the roller off when we get about halfway through this field and see if I can get it to actually roll this before the end of the day. We want to get the second field 5B planted if we can. It's not the end of the world, as I said, if we don't, simply because we do still have 2 days of window left for the cotton. to get the cotton in the ground. The downside is that it'll be a late cotton harvest if we don't get it in today and end up having to plant it tomorrow. So I'm very much aware of how bunched up everything got at the end of last year, and therefore wanting to make sure that we try and avoid that as much as possible. I mean, we can take the corn a lot earlier than we did before. We know that we can take it in the final stages of growth, and we're gonna also get a larger harvester this year for doing the maize. But it really is a case of getting things in when we can, as soon as we can, and we're going to do the same with the corn this year. The corn is we're going to try and get in the first or the beginnings of the window, in the early window, rather than later in the window, to try and maximize the amount of time we have to harvest it. 600 liters of seeds gone, and we're about a quarter of the way through the field. So by the looks of it, it's going to be more than 2 big bags of seeds to get this whole field done, which is not too bad. We got plenty of seeds in storage, thankfully, and to only take a couple of big bags, or just over a couple of big bags, to do our biggest field on the farm is really boding well for us having enough bags to do everything that we want to get seeded this year. So this is going swimmingly at the moment. As I said, we've not got any fertilizer in this, so we're not worried about that at the moment. We probably will want a load later. We have managed to get a whole load of slurry onto this field. This field, we managed to slurry the whole thing. Of course, 5B is only partially done, but that will reduce the fertilizer cost on both of these fields. And maybe we might actually get a little bit of fertilizer, liquid fertilizer of manure, of slurry, onto the other fields if we have time. We'll have to see how much the cows generate between now and then. Fortunately, we've got some good news in that some of you suggested some BGAs, some alternative BGAs last time. And yeah, we're going to take a look at those in the next few episodes and see if we can build those. There's still about 150,000. We should easily have enough silage here to sell to do that. But it's going to be a bit of a trek to do it. So I don't want to do it until after we have got our crops in the ground. And then when we've got a little bit more time, we can then look at possibly grabbing ourselves a BGA on the farm. And I've even picked out a spot for when we eventually do it. Almost out of seed here. Last 2 liters, 1 liter, and we're done. So let's go and get this refilled. We need to do that. I think our large John Deere is almost finished actually on its field as well. So we're expecting that to be ready in the near future to come back to the yard. And I think we're going to see if we can start getting the roller working as well with the larger 6M. So first things first, let's get this backed up to here, and we'll go and open all of our seed pods along the back here. Throw them all open. Jump in here, put the second 1,000 liters in. So yeah, we're just under halfway through the field. So it is going to require a couple of, another bag. We've used 2 in here. There we are, and close these back up like so. Just all the way along like that, and close that. So now we can get this back onto the field. But before I do that, I think we're going to grab the larger 6M and get that set up. And I noticed now that our large our large John Deere, our really big one, that has finished its work now too. So we can go and sort that out. I think this is our field roller. Let's connect that up here. This is quite wide, so I don't know if this is gonna end up catching us up really, really quickly. And I do worry about that a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. We want to bring it on here, and I think we're probably going to want to go round the other way. I want it to start this side of the field, obviously, and not the other. So let's generate a course. The direction I want it to go is 0 degrees. And 1 headland. Okay, let's generate that. I think it's going to start... Oh, no. If I get it to do center first and generate, it is going to start the far end of the field, which is no use to us. So we'll set it counterclockwise, see if that works. Yep, and that will start it from this corner here, which is just about perfect. It is nice and wide, so there's going to be a little bit of overlap by the looks of things. Unfold that, and that's quite a way into the field that starts. So it looks like it's going to roll the edge of the field a little bit. We may have a little bit of cleanup to do afterwards, but otherwise this should be fine. First waypoint, send that off, and we can get back to doing the seeding. Now you can see where it's rolled a little bit of the field that we already have. It's going to make it quite hard, actually, to see where we have and haven't been if there's too much of an overlap. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, and maybe just extend a little bit how far we are seeding up to the edge, just so that we can make sure that it's in the right place. This, though, back into place here. And that is moving, I think, a little bit slower than us, too. So we should be all right. Although, if it takes too long to get my tractor into position, it's going to catch me up just purely by that. There we go. And there. Turn it on. Drop it down. And we're off again. And yeah, now, hopefully, this field should get done today. I've tried to set it up now so that I'm seeding at least as far into the field as the roller is rolling. That way it should minimize any issues we have later on. And I know that 2 widths of my seeder are easily going to cover the headlands at that point as well. So should all work out fairly well for us. The roller is catching up, but I'm able to move a little bit faster. So as long as I keep a good distance and keep going at a nice efficient rate, the roller shouldn't catch me up, despite the fact that it's a little bit wider than my seeder is. So we're just keeping an eye on things. Probably worth stopping the roller, I think, when we get to the point where we need to refill with more seeds, because that is gonna very much slow us down at that point, and it'll catch up very quickly the longer we're off the field. And you can see how far it comes onto the ends now, that roller. So yeah, we're doing okay. We're keeping ahead of it. We are over halfway through the field now, and it has just gone 1:30. So I am cautiously optimistic. There was one comment last time that I've been thinking about, which is basically somebody suggested that when I bought the spinnery and then unloaded my cotton into it, what I should have done was unload the cotton and then buy the spinnery. And yeah, that used to be a thing in earlier versions of Farm Sim, where you would buy, where you could load up a production with something like cotton, and then immediately buy the production with the money that you'd earned from the cotton, from the item that you just put in there. and go from there and sort of almost and absolutely double dip on it. Now the trouble is that got patched out. I think it was with patch 1.3. We definitely did that on Haute Belleron. I think we ended up buying the bakery doing that. Certainly one of the productions on there we bought doing that. And I think we did the same possibly on the Old Stream farm. We looked at doing that with grapes and buying the grape juice factory. But certainly at one point that stopped working. And I think it was with the introduction of patch 1.3. So yeah, if you're trying to do that trick now, I don't believe it works anymore. It was neat. It was, you know, you could deliver an entire bale of cotton and find that you could then have enough money from just delivering that to sell or to buy the spinnery. But yeah, no longer the case, unfortunately. It's a trick that no longer works. We're down to our last 100 liters of seeds, so in a moment I'm going to have to stop our roller in order to make sure it doesn't catch up. It does look like I've got things lined up pretty well at the edges. We have we don't seem to be rolling any of the plowed land anymore, which is great news. Means that this should all work out fairly well at the end. And in fact, this is going to be the perfect place to stop both of these. Actually, I want to go a little bit further. I'm going to go a little bit further with this. Just get rid of this last 48 liters. The fact that we had 100 liters a moment ago starting this means we should get most of the way across this row, actually. And line this back up. Yeah, and in there. And oh, wow. Yeah, you can see that that is lining up actually quite nicely with the ends. And it looks like it's the seeding that is showing at the ends and not this. In fact, yep, our John Deere also needs repairing. So looks like both these tractors need to go back to the yard quickly, and we can deal with the issues and refill this cotton. So we'll grab 2 more bags of seed. Make sure they're clear of the supports. And that's got both of those. So it is quite tight in this shed. I do want somewhere better, really, storage for this. At the moment, it's quite tight to move around in here. I mean, it's a fine shed for it. But do I knock it down and replace it with something that's maybe a little bit more useful and a little bit more maneuverable? Possibly. It might be a wise choice to make. While this is loading up... Whoa. There we go. While this is loading up, I want to go and get the other tractors back to the yard. So first up is this one. We'll clear the course off that. That has done a great job. Oh, I think it might need a repair, this. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, wow, yeah. This tractor is going to be in need of a repair. So we need to get this back to the yard. We need to wash everything down and get this repaired, because this is going to be very useful for us doing the seeding going forwards. We're going to want to get this on the seeder for the corn. That will make more sense. So I'll park this up at the end here. I need to not block either my route back to the field or the workshop, because we need to go and get the larger 6M. And this isn't massively in need of repair, but it is in need of repair enough to keep it going with the hired worker. So park that there. We've got the trailer in here because we need to put the sides back on it. This is going to give me... Oh, really? I've got to move the trailer out. Oh, I think we're going to have to keep the hired worker, actually, going with this. It's only a little bit underneath, and I might need to get it going a couple of times, but doing a whole load of musical tractors and musical trailers at the moment is not going to be great. Maybe we can get it far enough in here to actually, yeah, try there. See if that registers. And no, still not. So yeah, we're going to have to get that. I should have put the Red Rock trailer further into here rather than just stick it at the edge. Or I should have got it repaired earlier, because at the moment it's very much sitting in my way and causing me issues. But we can get this back to the field, get this restarted, and hopefully this delay won't cost us too much. We're back on the field, and yeah, everything's functioning as it should. We will get that John Deere repaired, but first I want to get things moving around a little bit. What we'll probably end up doing next game day is getting the larger John Deere, the big one, on this seeder, and get that working on getting the next field of cotton planted. We can then use the class here to do the rolling while we do repairs with the John Deere, or we might mix things around a little bit. This tractor here, this does not need repair, so this could get going straight off at the beginning of the day. We could then repair up our other equipment and then go from there. Maybe not having the big tractor on this seeder is the way to go. Frees things up a little bit and allows us to do a little bit more work around the farm, but we'll see how we go. And I want to look at as well seeing if we can sell some silage, see if we can get a bit closer to those BGAs as well. So this tractor is going to be in great demand, because this would be perfect for taking silage down to the current BGA to sell it. Although, to be honest, we can do that with the larger 6M as well. They have about the same top speed. Now, I think this is our last row before the headlands, but I do need to double check this. So I've put the lines on for the GPS, and I'm just going to pull this here, see where there, and there is, yep, this is our last row for the headland. So we want to head back to the entrance of the field now, and we're going to work our way around the rest of the field in a horseshoe shape so that we get things finished. And you can see it is just slightly more than 1 width's worth that we have here. And as this is all set up, and we can do a little bit of overlap, it looks like the roller has been in a very good place for us. So I'm really quite happy with that. We will bring this here like so. And this will be when the roller can catch us up, but I don't think it will. I think we're going to be okay here. And yeah, we'll get a good overlap. And I think that where it has already seeded, if I'm right, yeah, it's not going to make any difference. Perfect. This is working out as I'd hoped. I'm quite pleased the rollers stayed fairly clear of us, which is making this a lot easier. It is somewhere behind that pillar, I think, on the tractor, but it should be, yeah, well clear of where we are. There it is, just coming out from behind there. So that is on its last couple of rows of the main body of the field. It should be going around the field counterclockwise, so that means that it will keep up with us, because we're about to go round the field counterclockwise in our horseshoe to finish things off. I have left quite a big area at the top there where I wasn't quite sure exactly where I was going to go, so I'm just going to fill that patch in before we have an issue with it. And then yeah, we're going to be going back around the field, and I don't think that the other tractor is going to be too far behind us. There's where I want to fill in. I think that's going to be okay. There may be a small patch at the edge there where the roller's been, but we haven't. But I think that'll be all right. Gonna need to turn some lights on because it is 5 to 6, and the light very much is fading at this point. But that means this job is going to be done today, which is what I'd hoped. I had kind of hoped that we might get both this field and field 5B done, but seems that that's not to be. That's not going to happen. This field, though, will be done, and we'll be able to get an early cotton harvest in this year, which is great. Next time, very much hoping we can knock the second field of cotton out and start getting the corn done. If we can do that, we should get the corn planted in the next couple of days, and not have to worry too much about the corn. Corn should be ready fairly early in its season, in its harvest season, and so we'll be able to get it even earlier than that, because obviously we want to take it when it's green if we can. So yeah, that is all working out fairly well, and I feel much more prepared than I did when we came to harvest this year's crop. Looks like the roller is maneuvering for this headland here, and I'm kind of hoping it's not going to roll that end bit of the field, because if it does, it's then... Yeah, no, there we go. Oh, that's fortunate, because, yeah, it needs to go round the whole field, really, to get where we are. It should do that, though, now. It rolled that little patch there, which isn't a big problem, because it will go over it again when it goes around the field. And it has already got a little bit of where we seeded, though. But you can see here that just counts as being seed bed prepared, rather than actually preventing me from seeding into it. And so we're up to the last corner, and that will be this done. And then our roller's going to come round and roll all of this in. The roller lining up to do the headland in this corner. I don't know if it's going to actually do this last bit, but I should be able to clean that up in a moment if it doesn't. But we then can come up to here, finish this off, and that is the field seeded. We've got the cotton into field 8. That is absolutely perfect. I want to... Ideally, I want to reload this tonight. We can do while we're waiting for the rollers to finish. So let's drop that down. I should have been dropping this down just to make it easier to get it to be done. And all the way along the line. And then this is sitting here waiting for us to be able to reload. And yeah, we're going to have a very little bit left in these bags, unfortunately. Not much I can do about that. It's going to be about 200 litres between the two bags. Load it up. Like that. And there we go. That is our seeder prepared for the next day. We've got a whole load of repairs to do as well. So I think we'll get the class finishing off doing the cotton, and we might switch tractors after that. Today, we've got to start off by repairing a few bits and pieces. So our Red Rock trailer is parked in here already because it needs repairs. The same is true of our larger 6M here and our very large 9220. So I'm going to get all of those repaired, and I actually can't repair anything else until I get the trailer done. So we'll pop into the workshop here and just get this repaired. So this is going to cost £930. So that is that done. And then I can hop over here. We'll drop the roller off the back of this. Start this up. And then get the trailer out the way. We'll go park that away in the shed. And then we're going to do the large 6M next, followed by our 92.20. So we'll back this trailer into here. Not got much else to store in here at the moment. And if I back it right in, we should be able to back other stuff into here as well. It's kind of storage for when we don't need stuff for a while. Be good to be able to move more into here. I think I'd need a skid steer to be able to store stuff in here. I mean, it'd be a perfect little storage shed, this, to put all of our big bags and everything in, compared to the one that we've currently got them in, which is actually a little bit more difficult to move around in. The other thing I'd really like would be if this this workshop shed didn't just have the workshop on this side. It'd be good if you could repair stuff on both sides, which I don't think you can, but we'll give that a test in a moment, actually. So into here and repair this. This is going to cost 2,683. So that's that tractor repaired. And yeah, I am just quickly going to go and test and see if we can get this in the other side and repair that, repair this on that side. It has so many gears, this tractor. Now, somebody points out in the comments that I forgot to do something before plowing my fields previously. I should have mulched my crops. So we're going to go and get the small, the large 6M out doing mulching today to begin with. And then we can go and plow the fields behind it. Yeah, it's only this side of this mod that allows you to actually do work on equipment, which is slightly annoying. I quite like it to be across a bit, and I might see if I can alter this mod a bit to increase the size of that area, because I think with the pits on both sides of here, it really should be something that can be done on both sides in here. And I'm a little worried about getting this tractor into the other side without catching on my plow or on my ripper. We have got double tires, but I can see the edge. Oh no, nice and maneuverable, this tractor. One of the very nice things about having such a big tractor that is so maneuverable is I can fit it in spaces like that. So we'll get this repaired. 4,455 or 4,755 to repair that, sorry. So that's all good. We can leave that there for a minute, and we'll take this and we'll go and start getting to work on some mulching. So we've got 3 fields that ideally we would like to get completely prepared and planted before the end of March. That is actually this cotton field down here, the one on 5A and the one on field 6. But I have just had a thought. I'm fairly sure that the only fields we needed to plow last year were 8 and 5B, because those were the ones that had the corn in. And if we turn on the needs plowing and off with the weed, yeah, we do not need to do any more plowing this year. So that's really good. What we can do then is we can get this field here and we can get this mulched and immediately start planting it as soon as we are finished with the cedar. So let's put course on this. We are on 5C. You can see down here at the bottom. We want to go... Oh no, actually, we haven't defined field 5C. So we are going to have to come out of here and deselect a tractor, or deselect the tractor. So come out of that, and we need to draw a custom field. So custom field lines, as usual, for 5C will be there, there, there. Oh, no, it's right mouse. There, 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 and there, and then back to the start. Save that, yes. We will then select it. We will rename it. This is 5C, coming furthest from our farm. And then I'm going to edit it and just check where the edges are, because as you can see, it's going a little bit over the edge. Something that I have learned recently is if you have a large number of points like this that all need moving across together, there is the advanced option under the course editor where you can select the first waypoint there, or the first point there, and then come along and select the last point, which is up here. And then you can move the whole row again as one, which is so useful and saves so much time. Really, really like that feature. And then there to get the corner together, and that has got it. Right, so new course. We've got field 5C, which is now selected. So we want to couple of headlands with this piece of kit, generate me a fieldwork course, and we don't want to be going that way. So we want to set it to automatic and see what that does. So generate a course. There we go. That's exactly what we're after. So we'll close the course generator, come out of here, and we'll take this down to the bottom corner and get it started. So fold out our mulcher. And because we've got this tractor running on this today, we're not going to be able to get it running on the mulcher. Sorry, we've got this running on the mulcher. We're not going to be able to get it running on the roller. So what I need to do is probably switch over which tractor is doing the seeding or the planting, and which tractor is doing the rolling. And as a result, we're going to get this, our large 9220 on the seeder today. We don't need to use the plow, the ripper that we've got. That can be left off today, and will actually help us along a little bit. The less we have to rip up the ground, the better. And then we can put the class on the roller and get doing that. So let's pull this out the way and then get the big beast on the seeder. It pretty much we bought this to do things like the seeding and the ripping anyway. So the fact the class had to step in for it last time while we were doing that field work is kind of a little out of the ordinary. I'm looking to really be using this on here. And in fact, I do want to get a bigger seeder, a bigger planter on this farm. There are some options that we have. We're too close to that. There we go. There are some options that we have, and I'm keeping an eye out for in the shop. I think our main option is going to be one of these, possibly this 9-meter one. Let's have a look at what we've got. So at the moment, we have a 7.5-meter planter. Those case ones, they start at 149,000, and this is a 9-meter one. We have, well, we've got more than enough horsepower to do that with this. Ideally, if we can get a second-hand one of the 2150, that would be brilliant. That's 180 horsepower. We could even go up to this one here. And if this was half price, that gives us twice the width for the same price as the smaller one. So yeah, that's the one I'm after, is the big beast of those case planters to get on here. Would be really, really useful. Now, this, we're going to go and put some... Oh, no, we are still planting cotton with this because that is what's needed on the field. So let's go and take this over to field 12B and start getting this planting, I think. In fact, no, I think I might use this piece of kit myself today. And we'll get the roller started behind us not too long after we've got a couple of rows in. But yeah, we've still got some cotton to plant. We need to get that finished off. And that's what we're going to do today on here. So let's get this in place. And the advantage of this is that we will be able to do it without worrying too much about the headlands, because we can avoid the trees much easier than this tractor normally can. Turn on the GPS, we are going to set ourselves up by using A plus direction. So there, set our first waypoint. We are going at 90 degrees. We'll turn the lines on so that we can see those. And if I go forwards, yeah, there we go. And then I can line them up to the edge of the field there, like so. Right, this should now go a lot better and a lot more easily because we've got everything lined up and looking good. Did anybody see on the mod hub there is a mod for you can alter tractors now, so stuff appears on the in-cab screens. That is absolutely awesome. I love that. And yeah, I think that's something I'm looking forward to seeing integrated into a few mods, because it will just be absolutely wonderful to see stuff working in cab, and for roleplay stuff it will be amazing. Thankfully today only puts us about being halfway through the planting season. We can finish the cotton off today, get it planted and rolled in, which will be great. And then we have just 3 fields of corn to do, which is about the same area as we will have covered already. So that should be fine, and by the end of April we should have everything in the ground that we need to. The challenge, as always, is going to be getting everything harvested. We're going to have 1 field of cotton ready fairly early on in the season, and then we're going to have 1 that's fairly late. And the way we're going to have to handle that, I think, is not harvest the cotton until fairly late on. I think we'll have to wait and get it done. That way we can have the harvester for the least amount of time and save ourselves some cash. There are also some very nice large cotton harvesters coming out, John Deere ones. Now the downside to that is, as people have mentioned, they don't unload partial bales. So we'd have a big problem if, as we have had, we get partial bales off our fields. Otherwise, they seem really good because they're nice wide headers on them, and they should be able to be completing the cotton harvest in about half the time as a result. 9220 is now about halfway through the field, so I've set it going on a hired worker for a couple of rows while we come back to the farm, hook up our rollers here and head out with this. Now this I am going to set on a play course with headlands, because it'll be easier for the tractor and it will get the whole way around the field. It won't get interfered with by the trees. The good thing about the way I'm doing it myself is I'm able to avoid the trees, which Courseplay and the hired worker isn't always good at. So let's bring this onto here, set the course up, and we've got 5B selected. So rolling back up here, I want to do probably a single headland will be fine. Single tools. Corners I want sharp. And if we generate that, then that has gone weird. So we'll go not longest edge, manual, and 90 degrees. So up to 90 and generate that for me. Perfect. And yeah, it's doing headlands first. One last generation, starting at the top corner up there, which is where we want it to, and coming round here. So let's head up that top corner then and start this going. Unfold my rollers, bring it around, and yeah, I hope that's going to be enough to avoid the trees at the end. We'll find out fairly quickly. I'm going to position this right in the corner, because then it should start pretty okay on this bit here. It's going to pretty much do this headland end anyway. First waypoint, and away you go. Turn it onto the blue to see where it's tracking, and that is all good. So yeah, we'll let that go and we'll get back to doing the seeding, or I should say the planting. Let's bring this round, stop this hired worker, And then, wow, he's running at 10 and I was running in gear 13 when I was doing this originally. Now, let's see how far off the lines we are. Not too far. Then we can move over a little bit though. So take our lines back off, line ourselves back up. Down with the seeder and turn it on. Or the planter. I keep calling it a seeder. This is most definitely a planter. And it's a planter we're soon actually going to have to refill with some more seeds. I've got a lot of unfinished seed bags in here. It's only 400 litres of seeds in those two. So there's a few there that when we bring the seeder back, before we get onto the next field, I think we need to bring it back up here and get those half-finished bags. Because even this here is only 1,001 litres. Thankfully, that is enough to fill our seeder. But yeah, it's odd that we got so many unfinished bags of seeds sitting in our storage shed. It gives a false impression of exactly how much seed we have. Because, yeah, we don't have as much as we think we do. Thankfully, as I said, 1,000 litres is enough. So let's open these up. Come on, all the way along here. All these seed hoppers. And done. And then bring this round here. I don't want that roller catching up to me. If I can help it. Oh. Empty one of these out. There we go. And then we'll empty the second one out after that. So yeah, that one was less full than this one is. But that will empty that then out into our hoppers as well. There was some way I could go across and empty all these hoppers, I would. Just 1 litre left. Got an idea. Let's start this up. Start our engine. Start that up. Drop it down. There we go. That's 1 litre. It's insane. But that will then get rid of the final litre we have here. And I'll set this off going with the hired worker again. In the meantime, we can get this tractor out of here and back up to our sheds. At the speed we're going across this field, it's very, very obvious this is about the only field we're going to get planted today. It's already 10 past 2. The mulcher is getting towards the end. I think he only has the headlands to go there. The roller is keeping up with us. We're keeping nicely ahead of the roller, but it's not getting so far behind that I'm worrying about whether this will get rolled today. Not that that's a huge problem. If this didn't get rolled today, we could do with a little bit of delay behind the roller and the seeder anyway. We should have enough seeds, I think, to finish this field. I'm at least hoping so. But he is able to turn around really quick, that roller, and that is something that worries me a little bit, because part of the way that as doing this bit ourselves keeps ahead of things like course play is normally that you're able to turn around a lot quicker and get going a lot quicker than the course play courses. But he, I think, is actually catching us up. It's going at a decent speed. We're only just going a little bit fast. I think he must be doing that at like 7, 8 miles an hour while we're doing this at 9. And yeah, he's turning around quickly. He's also wider than we are by a little bit. So every time he does a row, it's actually about 1.5 times one of our rows. So yeah, it's very possible that that could catch us up and we'd have to pause the roller for a minute. However, what I was really going to talk about here is that I think there's quite a lot left to do on this series. We don't have the size of seeder we need yet. We don't have a BGA. We're very much plenty of things left to develop on this farm. And at the moment, the way our equipment is set up and everything, we are not in the position where we could buy another field and safely be able to farm it. So that I think is the aim over the next year, is not only to get the BGA, but also when it comes to the next planting season, to have a much bigger planter on here, something twice the width. Maybe try and get one of those case planters and get this set up and do the farm properly from that point of view, because we know we are struggling to get all of this done in the time available to us at the moment, and therefore there is plenty of space for us to expand on our farm. I think I might have to pause the roller. It is now running over the previous row that I did, so let's just jump out here. I'm just going to jump into this and stop you. Nearest waypoint, and there, and we'll just pause you for a couple of rows. So turn that off, and then should be able to get past here. Yeah, and yeah, it's right on the cusp. So we want to get this seeded, get a couple of rows done here, give ourselves a little bit of breathing space. So come back and come back down, and then once we've done a couple of rows and caught up a little bit, we'll be able to get that running again and finishing this field off. We're still making really good time today. It is only just coming up to 4 p.m, so we should have this finished, depending on our seed issue or our seed setup. And yeah, it looks like the mulcher is finished as well, so I might get that started on another field. So a little bit of change, I think. We'll go and do a little bit of setup and get some more seed into here. In fact, I might take this opportunity to grab some of those incomplete seed bags and go and do that instead, and use a few of those up on the end of this field. And I'll do it by taking the mulcher over to 5A and getting that started over there first. So our larger 6M here will bring this round onto this corner of 5A. Now, I don't think 5A has a setup either. Yeah, you can see here we haven't got that setup on here either. So we'll need to draw a custom field. So first point there, second there, third right there, fourth right there, and fifth right there. Save that. Yes. Select the field, rename it to 5A. Okay. And with our custom field set up, we should be able to set a courseplay course on it now. So there. Yep, we've got 5A selected. So generate a fieldwork course, and good. So again, we're starting in the bottom corner and running down to the top corner down here. This won't finish this field today, but it will give us a head start ahead of tomorrow, and maybe by the end of the March we'll have everything mulched, if not everything seeded. Grab 2 of our incomplete bags totaling about 500 litres. Should be more than enough to finish this field off. I've already opened all the hoppers on the back as well, so that should be fairly easy. And because we've stopped at the edge of the field to do this, it'll empty those out fairly quickly. Good, that's all done. And so now we'll get rid of this and get back to finishing this field off. And hopefully by about 5:30, 6 o'clock, everything should be done. So with everything filled back up, down with that, on with the seeder, and away we go. Assign ourselves onto the course, and yeah, we're only about 2 rows away from finishing this. And as we reach the same point that we were before, where we stopped the class, let's get this going again. So nearest waypoint, and away that goes. That way the roller should finish today, gives us enough breathing space for us to complete our final 2 rows. And yeah, that means the cotton is finished and we just have 3 days to get 3 fields of corn planted as well. Coming to the end of the final row, and it looks like my prediction of finishing this off between 5:30 and 6 p.m. is about right. We are coming to the end of the field as we hit 10 to 6, which is pretty perfect. I'm quite happy with how this is going. We should have a nice spread this year for when we can harvest everything and how it's all going. I do want to get this tractor back up to the farm. We've got 32% of our seed hoppers are full. So we'll get that going. We're going to leave the roller just finishing off those headlands. That will be finished in the next hour or so. So that will be able to get back to the farm all done and dusted. And yeah, next day we're going to be concentrating on getting the corn in. We're going to start off with field 5C. Then we'll do 5B, which has currently got the mulcher running on it, but we'll pull that off there in a minute. And yeah, we've got 3 days to get 3 fields of corn in the ground. I'm quite hopeful that we're going to get that done. Today, we are going to be continuing on with our preparations of this year's fields. I actually discovered that March is too early to plant corn. So we've got all of the cotton in the ground. That is all nicely growing and getting started. But if we have a look at our planting calendar, you can see here that corn doesn't actually kick in till next month. So I'm really, really happy. We've managed to finish the cotton within time, within plenty of time for this year. And the corn, we're not going to be planting until next month. So that's all good. That gives us the chance to leave this tractor here, going with the mulcher and getting this and field 6 ready for us to continue on. Meanwhile, back here at the farm, we're going to be using the Class Axion here to start feeding the cows. And it's going to be very much a cow day on the farm today. We've got a lot of milk to sell. We've got a lot of feeding to do. And as well, we could also do with giving our equipment a bit of a wash down and putting away. So we're going to start off with that. I'm going to get all of this stuff here washed, get all the mud off it and get it put away. And then we're going to get feeding the cows and getting some mixed ration created for them. And hopefully make a whole load of money off some milk today as well. So just finish off washing the tractor, get the weight done as well. We're right at the extent of the hose here. But it's all looking quite nice and clean and should be fairly good. Let's jump in the tractor and see what the state of all of our equipment is. See if anything needs repairing. No, everything's in pretty good state of repair at the moment that's attached to this. So we'll put this back in here. I'd like to put a barn or a shed or something over the other side, I think. In order to do that, though, we're going to have to cut down a tree and also get, hopefully have enough money for the barn. There's been a couple of nice red barn packs released and things like that that should allow us to place a good shed over there. The shed I'd like to place is this one. It's an American carport, and that would fit over here really nicely. Would go in that space. That tree there would have to go, but you can see it fits in that space really nicely. It's nice and wide. It will take our cedar, which is what we really need to have. And yeah, it's only 35,000. So that would be plenty to get the extra storage space we want and sort things out. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and put this over there as well. Get this out of the way, and then we can give our cedar a clean along with our big tractor. I'm actually going to leave that all attached up. There's no point in detaching our 9220 from the cedar today because we're basically going to immediately be using that on that again tomorrow. Whereas this Axion, we have a job for it to do in between getting it on the rolling again. So drop that off there and let's go and wash this. The other thing we're going to have to do today is go and buy some seeds. We are a little bit low on them. I think we've got about 1,500 litres. We've got a few in the seeder already. In fact, how much have we got in the seeder? We've got 326 litres in the seeder. So that's fairly good. And then I think we got about 1,500 litres maybe in storage. That is about enough to do one field. So I reckon we need probably about 4 more bags of seeds before we continue. So we will have to go and grab those from the shop. We should be able to fit those in the back of our truck, though, if we put the truck bed back on it. So it's going to be a case of getting that sorted later. But it is sitting over there, ready to take some milk. We've only got 6,000 litres space in that, and I think we've got quite a lot of milk at the moment. That's done. Yeah, in fact, we have 23,000 litres of milk at the moment, so that is going to be 4 runs with our tanker in order to get that done. So yeah, busy old day with that. We're just going to move this out the way, park it in the middle, roughly where it was. Should be nicely out of the way, pretty much straight in the middle of the yard. So many gears to this tractor. Right, so we'll leave this here, ready to load up later. And now we can hook this up to our feeding wagon and start looking at getting some feed into our cows because they're looking very, very low. It's amazing the difference having an extra tractor on the farm has made. We would be in a position at the moment where we wouldn't be able to do this job at the same time as the mulching if we hadn't got this tractor. And so it's really sped things up. The reason why we've caught the day back up that we need is because we have the Axion on the farm now. So I'm quite pleased with the purchase. It was one of those purchases that I was really umming and ahhing about. And the fact that it's actually worked out really well this far is pretty amazing. We still have that little pile of grain sitting in the corner here. We're going to have to deal with that at some point. Somebody suggested I grab an auger and use a conveyor belt to get that off the ground. And I think that's a really good idea. So at some point we'll hire an auger, we'll get it into the corner just to clear that up, because having a whole load of wheat in the corner of the shed is not something I really want. Now we're going to have to be a little bit careful about how we mix this. We definitely want a full hay bale in this, so let's grab that out of there. And that will go in fairly nicely. So this is 9,000 litres. I think this only holds about 20,000 litres. Up on top and in. There we go. So yeah, the total capacity of our feeding wagon is 22,000 litres. So yeah, we need to be careful. So 9,000 off that. Gives us nearly halfway there. I think we want to... How much is in this? This will have 7,500 litres. So we only want about half of this bale in. So we'll have to hold this over the top to do that. Really interesting. We need to get the bale low on the spike in order to get this in there. Now, this is where a telehandler would come in really useful, because obviously we want to empty this out, put about half in it, so watch that, and a little bit more, as much as we can get away with, basically. There we are, 40 or 52% of that bale, so 3,625 litres, and we'll leave this bale near the front here. Now, we don't actually need mineral feed. If you guys haven't checked out Monday's video, I went through in depth exactly how to best mix rations for feeding cows. So how to best do TMR. And one of the things I discovered is unless you've got the automatic robotic feeders, you do not need the mineral feed. I've been using it because I've been under the impression that it gives you better milk output, but it's not true. It doesn't actually do that. It is just a really expensive ingredient. So my recommendation is not to do what I've done here on Spruce Mountain and get pallets and pallets of mineral feed if you're not using a robotic feeder, because it is just unnecessary. And now that we got 63% in here, we're actually not too far off a perfect mix in this, which is fantastic. Basically, we want to maximize the amount of straw we got in here, minimize the amount of silage we have to use, and then fill the middle bit with hay. So if we bring up the help menu, you can see we got 40.9% hay, 36.9% silage, 17.5% straw, and 4.8% mineral feed. That's not bad. I'm quite happy with that. So that's what we want to do on here, I think. We could go with a little bit more straw possibly, but in general, I'm fairly happy with this. Let's switch our output side and unload it. And we're going to have to do several rounds of this because this is a really, really hungry set of cows at this point. While we're doing that, this tractor has finished up on this field. So we've got this field 5A is all mulched. We're going to head between 5A and 7B and get the get field 6 mulched next, and that will be our last field that needs mulching this year, which is brilliant because that means this job is all done and we can give this tractor a good clean as well. I'm going to set it going at this top corner up here because this is the closest one to the farm, and it means that we will end up back in this corner ready to get the tractor up to the farm, get it cleaned and sorted. And plus we've got a nice little entrance road into the field at this top corner, so stop that there. We want to clear this course, and then we click on no course, and we want this to go automatic, generate me a course, and we can see here now that field 6 is ready and down the opposite end to where we are. So let's head down there and get it started. On a farm with bigger fields like this, course play becomes an absolute necessity. It's the only way that you can work multiple equipment on your own this effectively, especially with trees and things like that at the edges of the field. So this will get going and we'll sort this field out and we won't have to worry about that again today. So I can get back to filling this up with some silage, and again we're in pretty much the same place as we were before. Slightly less straw in this one, but it is more than enough to get a good mix, and we have more than enough silage on here, so I'm not worried about the fact that we're using a little bit more silage and a little bit less straw than I'd like normally. Seems to work out better, and in fact, coming from this side, I think it's better for me to come in this way and empty out with the other side of my feeding wagon. And yeah, we're going to get the cows sorted. 4 loads in, and we are making a dent, although I think we are still quite a way away. Yeah, we are up to 79%. I think so. I think this takes 200,000 litres, or just under, looking at this, which is quite good. We should be able to get fairly close to that. So 8 of these in total should do it, and get us fairly near the top
So I'm going to keep going around doing that. We've got the time today. We might as well get our cows all filled up and sorted. So I'm going to just keep going with this. And then once we're done, I want to look at the possibility of maybe changing or getting a dedicated milk truck, considering how much milk we are now actually creating on here. This is about as close to the perfect mix as I've got with the mineral feed, because obviously I'm trying to use that up. But we are at 40.9% of hay. We're at 26.2, which is 1.2% more silage than I think I need. And we're at 28.1% of straw, which is just under 2% below the maximum amount of straw that I can have. So that is about as perfect as a mix as I can get, with the fact that I'm using mineral feed and I've got hay bales, which means I'm a little bit less exact. So yeah, I'm liking that a lot. That's working out quite well for me. I'm trying to get just over 6,000 liters of straw in each time, and go from that. We've got probably enough left to do the 3 more loads I've got to do. So it's going to be, I think the last mix is probably going to be hay and silage and mineral feed. I don't think we're going to have enough straw to do the remaining 3 loads we've got. But we're not going to be far off. Seems we might have enough straw to get 1 more trailer out. This is the last load I think we need for today, but 6,000 liters still left in that straw bale means that can go in its entirety. We've got another hay bale, so we're actually really good for hay bales at the moment, which is great. So that's going to last us quite a while. I want to fill that shed really this spring, so we're gonna get a whole load more bales done off our 2 grass fields, but this will all go in there as well. We then just need to go and fill up the last of the the last of the mineral feed. We're not going to replenish this. We're not going to replace this, having discovered, as I said in Monday's video, that this is completely unnecessary unless you're using a robotic feeder. It's no point in having it, no point in spending the huge amount of money that it costs to have that. So we might end up selling that little shed and or using it for something else. We definitely don't need it here. And then we just got the silage to finish putting it in. So let's bring this around here like so and get this loaded up. The final little bit in there, and you can see everything evens out. All our bars go green, and yeah, 25.4% straw, 28.9% silage, 40.9% hay, and 4.8% mineral feed, all mixes together. And then we finish off getting the cows fed today. I think looking at this, we could possibly do 1 more trailer, although it wouldn't be a full trailer's worth. This is going to keep the cows going for a good long while and keep them producing milk. Speaking of which, we have nearly 25,000 liters of milk on here. And just looking in the shop, I downloaded something that I think would be really useful for us. That's this. The Mac Pinnacle 6x4, I think would be a cracking milk truck to have on the farm. So, yeah, if I could... How much would this cost to lease in its base configuration? Not a huge amount, actually, and would easily pay for itself with the amount of milk that we're creating. So, yeah, I think that might be a good choice. I've put all the other equipment away, and our mulcher has finished here up at field 6. So we'll clear the course off that. And I'd like to spend the rest of today, I think, getting the milk sold. We have got our milk tanker, although I have updated to the latest patch, and I've had some problem with this tanker. I don't know what it is, but it's really only started happening since I updated. So we might have to go and get that milk truck I was talking about earlier. I think maybe give it a try and see how well it works. So let's just give this a quick wash, and that's all sorted. But yeah, I think a more dedicated milk tanker, as we're getting a larger number of cows on here, is a good thing anyway. We'll see how much it costs and see how much we make from the milk. I think we should more than cover it though, and that should be fairly good. So our 6M and the mulcher is now looking rather clean. We'll get that and we'll go put this away, and then I'm gonna head down to the shop and we'll go and lease that truck and see what it's like. Give it a try and see if it's any good. So down at the shop, let's pop into here. And it's under trucks, I think. Yeah, there it is. So this is the Pinnacle 6x4 tanker. Now, you might have noticed when I looked at this earlier, I realized that it didn't take milk. It actually, as it is on the mod hub, only takes digestate, slurry, and water. But I have added milk into it because it didn't make an awful lot of sense to me to have a tanker like this that didn't take milk. So what we're going to do is get... I think we're going to get it with the basic engine size. We don't have a huge amount of hills or anything to get it up. Don't need an attacher. We've got 14, 16, 18, and 20,000 litres. I'm going to take it with the 20,000 litres because it's not going to cost me anything. Don't need GPS. Colour, I think we will go with a Vultra. Oh, wow. That is actually, I'm going to go with that. And I want a silver tanker on it, I think. Yep, I like that a lot. And then we've got the chrome sets here. And then finally, we need to go and find a person from our producer level patrons for the number plate. Congratulations to Gareth. You have been selected at random from the producer level patrons, and so your name will go on the number plates for our new truck, and front and back. Yep, brilliant. So there we go. Okay, and on the front and on the back like so. We will now lease that. Yes. 4,906 to lease that. So as long as we make that from our initial milk, which we should do because we have way more milk than that, that will work. And actually, I really like that green. I think that suits it really well, and it'll go on our farm rather nicely like that. So up into gears, yeah, and away we go. A nice Mack truck, which fits in rather nicely for us to go and cart our milk about in now. And I think we got 25,000 litres of milk to actually get sold. So we will move this out of the way. So this is our existing one. This is the one that I've been having trouble with. I do not know what's causing it. I know other people who aren't having issues with this tanker. And I think we'll go and test it in a minute. I need to go and get some water, but I had problems before trying to get it to work, and actually had to record a little bit of this video twice because of the problems I've had. So that's how I know. Right, we'll refill that with milk. And I think we could possibly do with topping up the water. So we'll go and give this a try and see if this will work for doing the water. But certainly it's I've had trouble with it selling milk. Let's bring this around here. Back this up. Onto our bridge here. What I think I do need to do is widen the tires we've got on this, because it does tend to slip between these with this tire, or with between this wood with these tires, and not sit there very well. So yeah, I think I want to improve my TLX 3500. And there we go, nice and full. Let's take this back, see if we can empty out the water and get it to actually work. And if it doesn't work, then that demonstrates the issue I'm having quite well. Bring it round. Right, so let's overload. Yeah, this is the trouble I'm having. You start overloading and it immediately stops, so it won't unload anything. So I don't know what's up with this tanker at the moment. So yeah, I am pleased that I picked up this. We have 4,728 litres of milk left, so I'm going to leave that and we'll take that later. Best place to sell milk right now, though, is at Central Exports, 1,270. Yes. So we'll take this down to Central Exports and get that sold down there. And that should then give us a good bit of money. In fact, 1,200 is probably going to give us about... yeah, it's going to give us about 24,000. So we're going to be back up to about 50,000 on here, which is excellent. I need to drop down a gear, though, in order to get the torque going a bit better. I really like this as a milk truck. This is absolutely fantastic little truck for us to have on the farm. Not overly expensive as well. If we get a couple of loads in from it, whoa, brakes are horrible. But if we get a couple of loads in from this, we should be able to actually buy it outright, which would be fantastic. Let's unload that, see how much we end up with. With our really strong environmental score, this is going to go over 50,000. There it is, 52,364, 25,000 in sold milk, and nearly 3,000 in the environmental score. That's a huge amount of money. So, wow, that is impressive. That has gone on its own a third of the way to paying for that truck. That is incredible. So yeah, well worth having this on the farm. Today we are going to be getting the maize planted. We need to get that all in. It is the first planting day we can do it. We didn't have much in those 2 bags, but we do still have 2 more bags in here. But after that, we are going to have to pop down to the shop as well and grab some more seed bags, because we are woefully short of seeds for the rest of this. Yeah, we've only got 1,451 litres left here. That'll be enough to refill this well, about 1.5 times, depending on how much more we need to put into our seeder at the moment, or our planter at the moment. So we'll get this onto here and find out. Get that emptied in. There we go. If we have about 1,000 litres left, we'll be good. We've got 882. So, yeah, we've got enough to refill this. Let's start at this end and get all of these closed. And then we need to pop down to the shop, grab some more seed, I think, and get that sorted. So we'll start this off on course play and get this planting the maize, and then we will pop down to the shop, grab some more seed. I think we probably only need 4 bags. I don't think we're going to need much more than that for these fields, and then we'll be in a position to get the roller started. This should be far enough through the field at that point. I also need to check on what the status of our cotton is in general. It looks fairly good. We're not expecting any weeds because those fields have been ploughed, although those are definitely weeds. Guessing those are points in the field where it didn't get ploughed. We've also got a few stones kicking around. I think that, looking at it, is where the roller missed. So all in all, I think we're fairly well off on those. We shouldn't need to do that on either of those. Course, let's go and have a look at 5C. Same as always, one headland. And actually, this will do 2 headlands because it's don't want to hit those trees or get too close to those trees. We want sharp turns in the corners. And let's generate a fieldwork course, starting at the top end, ending up back here. Absolutely perfect. Right, let's go get this started, and then we're gonna head down to the shop, grab some more seeds. Okay, so down at the shop, let's bring this round here and try and park it in a position that'll be easiest for us to load up. This being a dolly trailer, of course, is not that easy to do. Oh, see how quickly that just moves if you're not careful. Yeah, that's the trick with a dolly trailer, is to keep the movement small and then they'll be easy to correct for. Right, into the shop. Let's pick this up, and nothing in the sales today at all that's of any use to us. If we had the big case spreader or something like that, it would be. But what we're after is in here, big bags. We want seeds. So we're going to go with this. Yep, just standard seeds, I think. Right, let's grab those. As I said, 4 bags of seeds, 3,200 in total. That should keep us going for now. We had a lot left over from last year, so we definitely over-purchased when we were purchasing seeds last season. I think 2 bags per field should be about enough, but we'll find out soon enough. We may have to... I'd rather buy fewer seeds than I need than too many. That way we know that we can always come and buy some more. More when I'm trying to predict stuff for purchasing seeds post winter. And then looking to spend the money elsewhere. This year, we're not looking to do that. We should have a good coverage, I think. And the only thing we're looking to really buy this year is to get that BGA built. We have the BGAs that we can do. Lift it up and on, like so. See, it does do it very nicely. This is such a stable front loader. This Kubota, really cool. One of the nicest bits from the Kubota DLC. I very much like this piece of kit. Only ever really use it for shops though. I've never had one of these on my own farm. Simply because if I'm going for a front loader, I tend to put one on a tractor because it's more useful. But this is, I have to say, this has been very useful on the shops I've had it. We had it on the Old Stream farm in the shop there as well. And it just did such a good job. So we'll park it back up here. Ready for next use. And we need to strap these down and get them back up to the farm and see how our big John Deere tractor's doing. The answer to that seems to be pretty well. It's what, a good 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rows into the field. It has missed a couple of bits, slightly worryingly. So we'll have to see if we can patch those up later. Looking at our cotton is doing very nicely at the moment. That is growing well. It's that and Field 8, of course, that we have with cotton this year. Field 6 here is what we're looking to get seeded as well, or planted as well, along with Field 5A. So we're going to get those 2 planted. And then looking up here, we've got a lot of grass, actually. We've got a decent amount of grass. So we could get that cut probably next month. I think we need to get all of the maize planted first and then look at getting both of our grass fields cut and possibly done into hay, because our hay bales are getting lower The thing we're actually really low on is straw. So we're going to have to wait until we get some contracts for that, I think. Where are we going to put this? Oh, we want to go and put this in the shed. So let's take this to the unloading area over here. And yeah, we can then get this into the shed and get it done. Quite a nice little section of road here that brings things nicely beside. And then we'll just park this here for now. And I think we'll have to get the roller out with the... That shouldn't be running. Get the roller out with the class because this tractor wants to stay here for a bit. Now, because the roller has a tendency to catch up, I think we're going to run the roller ourselves today. We've got GPS on this tractor. It'll make it easy for us to do and allow us to keep an eye on the seeder as well. And that way, when the seeder gets to the point where it is empty of seeds and needs refilling, we can very easily just hop out of this, go refill it, and then not worry about the roller catching up too easily with the seeder. So that should be fairly good. I want to turn on my GPS. Oh, it is on. Good. And yeah, our seeder is nicely ahead of us on the field here. So we bring this here, unfold our roller, and line things up. Right. What I'd ideally like to do, I think, is line it up with the edge of the field. That way, we can move in and have a good little bit of overlap with everything. And looking at that, yeah, a good little bit of overlap is going to be what's needed. Bring it round. And we're going straight across the field, so 90 degrees. Let's bring up our menu here and set A+ heading. The easiest way to do it. There we go. Lines on, set our width, check that everything is good. Yeah, I'm happy with all of that. Right, we can move on to the second line then and get things set up. Onto here. Reverse up a little bit. And actually, that's a pretty good fit looking at this. 2 rows of our roller are pretty much 2 rows of the seeder as well. So this should fit in fairly well. With an automatic gearbox on this feels like it's under revving slightly. It's getting up there to sort of the 2000 revs at the moment. But yeah, so it's fine if I do it on the automatic like that, if I do it on cruise control. But I seem to struggle to get up to 2000 revs if I'm running with just myself, if I'm not using the cruise control. I'm also lifting the roller, which isn't the most realistic thing to lift it like this at the end of each row, but because we're using course play, I've not got the headlands to turn around on that I would possibly normally have. Well, in fact, no, normally you would leave the headland like this. What I don't have is the time to leave the field alone in order for it to be finished before I roller it. So we're all right. We're doing okay with it. But yeah, it's maybe not the most realistic thing to keep lifting the roller each end. You'd probably keep it rolling if you could. And our seeder needs to be refilled. So time to run it up to the farm quickly, get it refilled. And then we can get it going again. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Is the fact that we now know that the roller isn't going to immediately catch up with our seeder, that we've got to go and refill. We can happily say things are running okay. And with 4 days to get all this planted, I'm not too worried about it. It's making sure that whatever we plant gets rolled by the end of the month, and that's why we need to keep everything as close as possible, because if we don't, then yeah, we're gonna find ourselves with a field or part of a field that isn't rolled in. Right, so I've got a little bit of fun here getting this into position. Can I bring it round? Yeah, I have to go on the grass a bit. I don't want to drive too much on the grass because it'll destroy the grass. So let's just back this up here, like so, and that should do it. Bring it forward to straighten things out a little bit before we hit the trailer. And there we go. Unlock all those. Those will get opened. And then we've got 800 litres in here. So that will very nicely go in there. And yeah, looking by it's about 2 bags per field, 2,000 litres per field. So we may or may not have enough here. In fact, no, we should have enough here, because this is the biggest of the 3 fields we have, and it is only going to take sort of 2 sets of 1,000 litres to do it. So let's grab these. So I do love this double bag lifter. It does make things very easy. Right, and then empty that out. That's got that. So turn that off. Close those up. All the way along. And done. All right, back to the field and we'll get this going again. It is only 11:05. We are making really good progress on getting this maize seeded. Into position. We want nearest waypoint. And away it goes. Like that. We are good to go again. Right, let's leave that doing there while we pop back over here, jump back in our Axion and get back to the rolling and see if we can catch it up by the end of the field. Looking at the speed of these two going, I think it's kind of inevitable that this will catch up, especially as we are doing faster turnarounds at the end than the John Deere is. I mean, we just go straight round and do no extra positioning at all, whereas that is taking its time to turn. And then on top of that, we are immediately faster because we're doing 2 rows at a time instead of 1, and that is going fairly quick in its turnaround. I'm wondering, I'm just trying to have a look and see at the speed. Oh yeah, look at that. That John Deere definitely going faster than we are, but we are doing 2 rows at a time instead of the single one that the John Deere is doing. Look how far that John Deere has got away from us now. The amount of gap between us has definitely reduced because we are just doing this twice as fast as the seeder is, but it's a good half a length of the field ahead of us now itself. So it is going faster, and it is keeping ahead to a certain extent. And looking at it, it's probably only got 1, maybe 2 rows left before it starts doing the headlands. Now we can't do the headlands until it started on its second headland, because obviously we've got 2 widths worth on the seeder. So it's going to require us to do that and follow behind the second headland, not the first. That is still going strong though, and I'm very happy about that. I've been thinking about what we've got still to do money-wise on here. We have a very large amount of silage sitting around, and I'm kind of thinking that it would be in our best interest to get that sold. When is the best time to sell silage? I think 307. Okay, December. But we're going to have to harvest it before that. So we are currently sitting in April. So we're about half price. I think that it might be worth getting a big truck, as some have suggested, filling it up and selling. We can hire a truck to do that. That will work fairly well for us. And that will give us the opportunity then to make some extra money, maybe buy that BGA, and then by the time this year's silage harvest comes around, we'll have that in position and be ready, especially as we have 45,000 in the bank at the moment. So yeah, I think we're going to do that. I think we might get this all automated next time and just leave these going. We've got smaller fields next time as well, so I think the amount that the seeder will have to be refilled will be reduced, and we'll be able to keep better track of that. But if we get that silage sold now, before the mid-year price drop in it, we'll be much better off, and then we can expand the farm a little bit, do some upgrades that we need to do before May kicks in, and yeah, be ready for everything. There is, of course, now the Galcomp Pack has been released. There is an alternative. We could create silage bales from our corn on here, which might be fun to do and might be a good way to go. So we'll have a look at that as well. For now, though, I think I want to sell off the silage that I've got stored, and make some extra money and see how much extra money we can make. Now we get to see how well Courseplay handles the headlands here. It's coming up to, well, it's done the first headland down the side, but that was not the one I was worried about. It's these end headlands that I'm more worried about. I'm hoping that our seeder will get into position rather well and then be able to handle those. I need to be careful because it looks like I've got a little bit of overlap here. So position this. Yeah, we've got a little bit of overlap. I might wait. Oh, if I'm going to wait for that seeder to do this. Oh, it's missing so much. Yeah, we're going to have to come back and roll around the end of this field because we are going to have to follow up on what that seeder is doing. Wow, that is so much it's missing on the ends of this field. And we're coming up to the end. The seeder is coming up behind us. Yeah. But you can see the stuff it's already missed down here. And you can see that we are going to have at least some overlap in order to reach everything on here. So we might as well go through, get those small bits that are missed at the end there done, as well as the bits that it's also missing. But what I want to do now is get myself positioned on the end here, and yeah, we're going to have to go and roll over those bits that it's somehow failing abysmally to sort. I don't know if it just doesn't like that articulated tractor, but that is what is going on there. That is missing out a whole section on this corner. Seems to be less of a problem down this end. Looking at this, yeah, it hasn't missed as much on this end as it missed on the other. I mean, it has missed all of these bits, and I can live with little bits like that. But yeah, I'm not sure what's going on otherwise. And I definitely set it to do sharp corners. So I just think it doesn't like the articulated tractor and backing things up with it, because that is making a serious mess. Yeah, it can't back it up. It's having big problems backing that up. Right, that's fine. What we'll do is we'll try and clean up afterwards. For now, I'm just going to roll in what we do have. And I have to remember that going forwards, is that it doesn't do well in the corners, this articulated tractor on course play. Yeah, look at that. It just can't reverse it. That's the trouble. It can't reverse it properly and get stuck in the wrong place. And that means it ends up missing bits. I think if I'd done smooth corners, it would probably have handled it better. But yeah, it's definitely not handling that very well at all. And I think that this here is wider than our roller as well. Despite the fact that it should only be 2 widths. Yeah, it is wider than our roller. But then it's wider than the seeder, 2 things with the seeder as well. So that's not overly surprising that there's a problem in this corner or along this edge. Don't quite know why it's done it that way though. It seems a bit mad. What I will be able to do is by leaving this here, I'll be able to come back, cover all of these bits here, and then we can roller across this headland just to finish things off. It is very, very weird that we've got this much gap at the end here when this is supposed to be only 2 headlands and it's left that much. I can only figure it's lifting too early, but why it lifted too early at this end and not at the other, I don't know. And looks like it's got stuck with a tree on this corner. So stop you. Okay, see, it gets hung up on that. Trying to reverse it up there. But could be able to get it under control fairly easily. Like that. Back it into there. Nearest waypoint. And away you go. And yeah, that's much better. Happy with that. Just not happy with this headland. Definitely going to be a bit of clear up. And I think next time I might have to just set it so that it does smooth rather than doing the... do what it's doing there, which is just odd. Right. Set our GPS. It should be fine for the last section of this field. Down and away. This, the rolling's gone better than the seeding, I think. But then if you want something done right, you got to do it yourself. Seeder has finished, or planter has finished, because that's a planter, not a seeder. And we're coming up to here. I say finished, we need to get it to, or we need to go and fix these bits now that are, well, just look awful. So let's clear that course off, start the engine up, and we've got a few patches that we're going to back up and go and handle. So down, turn that, turn on the seeder. And that, and I'm going to go across the headland here, see if we can't get all of this in. I think we can get all of this in. This is not ideal though, because again, realistically, you wouldn't go drive a tractor with giant wheels like this all over this freshly seeded crop, I don't think. Although I have had plenty of people tell me that lots of farmers do the headlands first and then seed the main body of the field, which would mean you would have tractors like this driving all over the freshly planted crop. Maybe not in this way, but I suppose no, they'd still be turning around on the headlands. So yeah, I don't know. I get very confused by that. Right, let's go across here, get these filled in. Right, and up. I'm snaking my way across here. This should just be a nice straight run. There we go. It's actually more than 1 width of this seeder. So it's not gonna be perfect at all. I'll go with 99% over 90% any day of the week. Right, that's got this end of the field done. So we'll turn off and we'll head up the road to the other end and cover the very large area that's left down here. I think this will take 2 runs across the field. I think we'll have to do both ways, simply because it missed so much at this end of the field compared to the other end. I mean, look at this. Yeah, that is 2 widths worth, basically, in order to cover all of this. So on and down and away we go. We'll get this headland filled in, and then we'll run up here with the roller, get this all rolled in, and that will be this field finished. In fact, I think what we'll do is we'll take this up to the farm, get it refilled, and get it started on field 5A, be it with a slightly different setup to our course play. 99% of the field planted. Get that last little spot. Turn this off. And round we go. And head over to... Well, actually, I need to take this back to the yard because this needs refilling. So again, we'll bring this round and back it up into position. Get it refilled. And field 5A is just here, so probably want to make an entrance to the field at this corner here. It just makes a lot of sense for it to be at that point. Right, and there. Yep. All of our pods have opened. In anticipation. Start it up. I think they'll actually, yeah, probably automatically close as well, which is good. Right, empty that out. Take 1,000 litres, leave us with about 800, or 928 to be exact. Right, and we can get this now out onto the field and get another field at least started today. It is 10 past 4, so I don't know how far we'll get into it. Set this course up. Field 5A. The only thing I'm going to change... Actually, I'm going to change a couple of things. One, I want it to go round the corners. It should be fine doing that. It's got more maneuverability, so that should be good. And then, field center, spiral racetrack lands... I'm going to get it to do racetrack. Rows. And I'm going to go 2 rows per racetrack. Hopefully this will affect the racetrack. Let's generate that. And then we can have a quicker look. No, but I think that will work better. We can get this field out of the way then before it gets rolled, because it won't work so well for us following with the roller. But I think this might work better for the whole thing just sort of working. So let's go and get this started up, and we'll see how well this works in comparison to what we had before. It should give it more space to maneuver, and doing that, I think it will not miss quite so much at the ends. Hopefully. We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, we've got some extra bits to roll, so let's bring that up to there. We'll then roll this patch in the corner, and then go back. We'll get everything on this row here to roll, so that'll be fine. And then top end, yeah, top end we should be able to reach across everything as well. So it'll be it'll work out fairly well for us, I think. Bring this down and roll the end of here. And this will allow our seeder actually to get fairly far ahead as well. So it's all good. It'll all work out for the best. And we should end up with 2 fields today that are planted well. And one of them at least that is also rolled well too. Now, will this reach all the way across at this end? I really hope so. Come on. You can do it. Down and... Right, away we go. Not quite. Oh, it's such a tiny bit though. I'm not going to worry about it. But yeah, that's normal for a little spot you might miss. 99% rolled, 99% seeded. This field is good enough. We will lose so little from that as to be negligible. However, the rest of it is nicely done and coming along well. And our seeder, I'm really intrigued to see how that's running and how that's working. Because, yeah, we have gone for a slightly different setup. I'm just going to drag this into this corner like so. And fold it. So it does look a little bit odd on the ground, but it works. Fold this up. And we can head back up to the farm and check out how that planter is doing. We are 3/5 of the way through our fields at this point, and we've got this one up here, which is just one more. How well is it doing it? Are we missing sections? Are we lining up better? It looks like we're lining up better, definitely. Yeah, that's much better. Nothing missed in between these rows. So racetrack seems to be a really good setup for this planter and getting it to not miss spots between the rows. So we'll have to remember that for next time. But I'm going to go and put this away. We'll let the seeder go for a little bit longer. But I'm going to go and put our roller away for the day. Today, we are loading up the seeder again. We're going to be taking it out and getting field 6 planted. In fact, yep, that is a full seeder. Oh, wow. Only 28 litres left in that bucket. We want to close this up and take this. And we're not going to use course play today. We should be able to get this field done ourselves. So that means I'm going to be riding in our big John Deere tractor here. I'll lift this up and away we go. And so, yeah, this should be a pretty easy job for us today to get this all done. There are so many gears to this tractor. I've said this before. It has got a massive number of gears on it. And it goes up to like 18, I think. So to get any kind of speed moving, you have to go up through lots of gears. Now, I want to watch out. I don't want to catch myself on the fence to my right. And we're going to be heading around and over to here. And getting this field done. So, yeah, this will finish off seeding that we've got for the year, and should mean that we are nicely ahead as well, because if we can get all of the corn planted in April, it'll be an early harvest for the corn, a late harvest for the cotton. So everything will be, well, everything will hit at about the same time. Let's turn on our seeder like that. And drop it down, and we want to set our course as well to be going 180 degrees. So let's bring this up here, set AN heading over to 180, set cardinal, and I'm not 100% sure that that's set, because before, when I've done that, I've needed to move it to the end like that. Get the lines up. Check it. Yeah, perfect. Get the width right. And actually, I think we're in the perfect position. Set our point. And away we go, planting in the corn. Now, because I'm doing this myself, and to make it easier to turn around, I'm using the GPS and doing alternate rows here. It does make it a little bit easier to turn, but as you can see, getting myself set up still is a little bit harder. Now, Yeah, it's not too bad. It's easier than if I was to do every row, because I would struggle a little bit with that. Now, the plus side, what we can do is we can get the roller started as soon as we're halfway across this field and we're starting to fill in these lines. We can turn around, we can get the roller started on that side of the field, or on that side of the field, coming this way across it. And that way, the roller will still be working at the same time as we are. But on the plus side, we will be finished the field about the same time as the roller is. So let's back this up. Go reverse a little bit and give ourselves a good turning circle. We want row 6. So we want to be about here-ish, I think. Line ourselves up. And it should have brought it far enough round. Drop our seeder down or our planter down and straighten up. And that's not too bad. We might have a little bit of filling in. Seems I'm just as bad as Courseplay at doing this. Something I have just realized is although we've got field 5A seeded, we've not got it rolled. So I'm going to need to get the roller out over that quickly. Otherwise, we're going to run out of time today. So let's start the class up and get that going. Shouldn't be too much of a struggle to get 5A done. It's not a huge field, and this is a fairly wide roller anyway. So bring this over here like so. And we want to set a course up on it, same as always. Generate the course. Looking pretty good, to be honest. And right out in front of us as well for the start point. So we'll go first waypoint. That there. Unfold these. And yeah, that'll go straight on into that. So down and away. That'll turn straight into it, please. Yep. Away it goes, and there's quite a lot of overlap on that last run. But that will sort this field out. And we can get back to sorting this one out. We are 50% of the way through our seeds. So it's not too bad. I think we've got enough seed bags back at the farm. We've got 2 more after this. And if we're 50% of the way through now, yeah, we should get through most of the rest of this field on this, and maybe another half a bag, maybe another 3/4 of a bag. So I think this won't be too bad. We'll be okay. Now the last row here I'm not going to use the GPS for because there's some overlap with the edge. So what we're going to do is just reverse ourselves up. And actually, no, what I want to do is start going the other way because we'll use this end row as a connector to come down to this bottom end and do the headland. So we'll move this over here like so. Get onto the right row here and you can see it's going to leave a little bit at the edge. But if I don't get myself into the right position first... we're also going to leave a gap the other way. So, yeah, maneuvering this piece of kit, not the easiest thing in the world. Be much easier going back this way because we'll be able to much more easily see where all the rows are and where we need to position ourselves. And that should be pretty easy going forwards to get this all in alignment on the way back. And hopefully we haven't missed much, but our roller is still working its way across field 5A. So it'll be a little while before we can get the roller on here and get this rolled, which may not be a bad thing. We might end up being able to save a little bit of hired worker fees by doing that job ourselves as well. It is definitely much easier to line myself up on these rows now that I've got one side or one set done and we're going back filling them in. They are easily, well, they're very, very easy to line up with. As you can see, what we do is lift this up. We'll back this up a little bit and then come out and turn and just stick the nose of the tractor down the middle of here. Set our course and down it goes. But as you can see, we are down to just 30 odd litres in here. So we'll pop all of these up and pop down to the farm to get some more seed. So I've got the small bag, or the bag that had the 28 litres on it, plus I've got another 1,000 litres. So this should use that bag up, and we'll leave a very little bit in the in what we've got left. There we go. And so I'm expecting about 100 litres, just under 100 litres left in this bag. There we go, 61, so a little bit less than I thought was going to be. I'm just going to park this off the side of the field, though. I don't think we're going to need any more. Right, let's get these closed up. And then we can jump back in the cab, or close up that, because we've got no fertilizer in that. And start it up. And away we go. Get on course. And we're good. It looks like our roller has finally made it to the headlands of the field. So that won't be too long before that's complete. We are halfway back across the field. So we won't be too long before we've completed the main body of this, which is great news. So I think what I'm probably trying to look at is getting the roller to start on this side of the field and work its way across. We'll probably be able to use course play to get it to do that, which will be great news. And yeah, I'm looking forward to all of this seeding being done. Next year, as I said before, what I want to do is have a much bigger seeder on here. Wow, that is going to be quite a big gap there. Let's get that in there. Yeah. Have a bigger seeder on here, maybe something around the 9 to 12 meter mark. We'll get these fields done a lot quicker. The farm definitely cannot expand without doing that. So I think the trick to that is going to be to get a BGA on here. Get that set up, get money coming in from that, and then we'll be good. So I think over the spring into the summer, we're going to have to sell off the silage we've got. Not quite the best price for it, but we might actually be able to get a BGA set up if we do that. And as I thought, the roller has come to the end of its work. So I'm going to pop over there, grab that, and bring that over to this field. And it looks like we need to roll the very corner here. Otherwise, seems to have done a fairly good job. Yeah, I'm quite happy with that. A couple of little missed bits down there, but no worse than any other field. And just this corner. So we'll put that down there and roll like that. Then fold it back up. And we can go across the grass field, actually, to get to where we want to. That'll work fine. And this class has been a really, really useful tractor since we got it. We could have used our smaller John Deere, our smaller 6M. But, yeah, this is a good enough piece of kit for this at the moment. And we kind of want to use this because this has only got 10 hours on it, whereas our John Deere has a lot more than that. I think it's coming up to about 60 hours, I think. So let's just back this off. We want it right in the corner. We want to clear the current course off, set a new course, and generate. That is going to go the wrong way. So automatic and generate. There we are. But starting the wrong end. Now, the way to reverse this to go the other way is to set this to go counterclockwise. And if we generate there, it'll start down the bottom end there and do it. Perfect. Not wholly perfect, because we could actually do with it starting up this corner, but it is at least starting in a place that is away from where our seeder is. And by the time our seeder is done on this field, we should have the rollers coming up behind it. So bring that to there, unfold it. I'm going to set this to nearest and then just pull that onto the field like that. And that way, what will happen is it'll start on where we've seeded and not right on the edge of the field where we've not. Not that it makes much difference, because this field is mulched, not cultivated. And now we can get back to getting the rest of this field planted. And yeah, letting that catch up. In fact, I've only got 2 more rows to go. End of the final row, which is great. That means we can now get the rest of this field done. What I want to do, though, quickly, is just get this patch here. This is our deepest bit of mist seeding. So we're just going to back this onto here. Everything else we can probably cover with the headlands. This, though, is way too deep into the field to do that. So we'll just pull this up to the edge, and that then will fix that problem. And what I want to do here is position myself based on where the roller is coming up to. I think we've got 2 rows worth here to seed. Yeah, we have. So if we bring this around and come up to where the rollers come to, we should be fine. This is so maneuverable, this tractor, that it's very, very easy to overshoot in your turn. And I want to be careful, because I want to be past this point before the roller gets here. There we go. And down. And away. And yeah, this will clear things up nicely. And that's got this headland done. Look at that. Nicely cleared up. Really nicely cleared up. And we're going to be really ahead today as well. Oh god, that doesn't half spin round though at the back. You've got to be really careful. It almost lifts it if you turn too sharply with this on the back, and it flies around. It's not the best setup, I don't think. I think this seeder would go better on a slightly smaller tractor, which again is one of the reasons why I'd quite like, I think, to get a smaller tractor, or a bigger seeder to go on the back of this, because this tractor, I think, would benefit from that quite a bit. So down the other end for the other headland, which we can nicely clean off here, and then to be done by 3 minutes past 2, probably be done by 2:30 at this rate. Yeah, this is where you've got to watch the reversing round. I don't like how this automatically drops into a really slow gear in reverse. You go forwards and you're back in the gear that you were in before. You drop into reverse and it immediately puts you only on -1. I'm wondering if that's because there are fewer gears in reverse than forwards, but that seems a little bit odd to me. Right, so forwards and down, and we should be good. And our roller is about halfway across the field. So we'll get this tractor back to the farm, I think, and let the roller finish off. And then we need to work out what other jobs we need to do today, and maybe prepare to get some money in. Maybe we'll be looking in March at doing some grass work. As I said, it would be really good to get some hay cut, possibly top up. Oh, actually, possibly top up the hay and the silage. Top up the silage, make some extra money off that, especially if we have to use some of it to make money from to get the BGA. And with the amount of hay we got, that might actually be the better way to go. First, I need to give this a good wash down, and actually we need somewhere to store it as well. So I think I'm going to do a little bit of work on the yards today too. Let's get this here. Let's unload that bag. And actually, it's probably worth picking that bag up and putting both of these bags in and then unloading it again. Simply because, yeah, it's only 463 litres. So let's do that. Let's get both of these loaded into our seeder. Swinging it about. And that should mean that we can then just unload a single bag from these. Like that. And grab the single bag. We'll then go and put that and the bag that's still on our trailer into the storage shed. And we can come back and deal with the 4220. I'm still not sure about this shed as a storage shed. It still feels a little bit cramped and a little bit difficult to get everything stored like I'd like to. We've got a lot less stuff in here this year than we had last year. All right, let's see if we can't lift that and drop that there. There we go. And then, yeah. I just don't seem to have the space to maneuver in here that I'd like. So that's a little bit of a problem. We can go and put this, though, back in the main shed. And then we'll come back and deal with our big tractor. So this is looking rather mucky. But we've finished all of our immediate work with it. So let's give this all a wash down. And then once this is washed down, we can go and see what we can do, I think, about getting somewhere to store this and the other equipment that is still out in the open. I don't know if we do have a tree begun, so we can go and use that to get rid of the tree that we've got there. And then we'll be able to get, not this tractor, because this tractor can go in the main shed. But our seeder here doesn't fit through any of the doors we've got. And I've got a shed that I've had a plan to use for a while. So with this all clean, let's go and put our... Well, let's go get the larger 6M and rearrange things a bit. So ideally, where I want to put the new shed is right there. And let's drop that off. And then we can grab this and move this out the way. So back it up. Grab on the back. I'm really tempted this year to go for one of the John Deere cotton harvesters. I know that we've discussed this before, and the cons of them is quite big, but you can get one with a much bigger width. There's a mod available that has quite a large width on it. In fact, I don't have it on here. I'll have to download that and add that, because I think that would be a really useful mod, and it makes the possibility of the John Deere harvester much more of a thing. Up until that point, it's less interesting, but that would also allow us to get a triple baler or a triple bale trailer for it as well, so that would work quite well. This just looks ridiculous on this 6M. But we only need this to move it, not to actually pull it and do any work with it. And then the last item, I'm going to get is going to be the tree be gone that's sitting here. And we're going to remove this middle tree with it. So literally get the tree be gone. Now, I could cut the tree down and then use this on it, but we're just going to get rid of a step. Right, lift it up. And yeah, this is a great bit of kit if you're looking to clear a map of trees rather quickly. It will shred trees very nicely. Trouble with this tree, it is... Look at that. Wow. It is that it was massively in the way. So that's why we've got this bit of kit here, just to make things a bit easier. And we can park this here. We now have space to put a new shed. So what shed have I been planning? Well, it is in here somewhere. I know I had it a while ago. There it is, right at the end. 35,000. We have just enough. So, to test, will that fit in this shed? Ooh, actually, that is not quite the good fit I thought it was going to be. I don't know, that might fit. If I go too far, it'll cause a problem. But it should fit. That, I think. Mostly. Yeah. Just enough to do coverage and then give us a good bit of space. So we'll put this. The idea is to put this in this space here. 35,000. I really want to be sure of this. So we're going to see what other sheds we've got here. I don't think we have another sort of lean-to set up. Everything there is smaller. Yeah, all of those are much smaller. We've got longer sheds that are too big. We've got this shed, which is a copy of the one on the other side, which we know won't fit. We have some larger sheds there. None of those are the right shape. Yeah, there really isn't. The only other thing would be this, but even that is too big to fit there. And then we're talking large sheds like that. So, yeah, there's nothing really here, I think, that will fit. That is also in our price range, of course. That's the other thing. It's not just got to be something we can afford. It's got to be something that... not just got to be something that fits. It's got to be something we can afford as well. And none of these are that. So, we're going to risk it with this shed that I've been planning for a while. 35,000. Fairly small shed, all things considered. We'll set it back a little bit from there. And bam. There we go. A little bit of landscaping. So a bit of painting for that. Enlarge it. So that it comes out there like that. And then we'll clear this up in a moment. There we go. And then this. Nope. Ah, I found it. There we go. That's the color I want on the bottom of this. Knew it was in there somewhere. What is that? It is a gravel texture, yeah. So that's all good. That will do nicely along there. I think do we have a grass texture? Forest ground grass. There we go. And take that down a little bit. Just that. Just to correct that down the side there. And then adding some plants. We'll add some grass down the side. Grass is actually a fairly expensive thing to add. And then I want a bush or two. We've got something larger. Yeah, there we go. A couple of bushes down the side. Perfect. I'm happy with that. So that fits in rather nicely there. Looks like it's been there for a while. And now hopefully I'll be able to get the rest of, or be able to get all of this stuff in there. Now, the tree be gone I am going to still leave outside. We don't quite want that in there yet. Oh yeah, because this is not actually for most of the kit that we've got here. This is to get in the seeder and the plow. So the plow goes in that larger section at the end, and the seeder goes in the section next to it. And that way, everything gets nicely and neatly tidied away. And if we need to take these trailers anywhere, we can always go and put them into the main shed, because we still have plenty of storage space in there. I'm just hoping this fits in here, because if it doesn't, that's going to be a little bit embarrassing. Okay. Yeah, that is not perfect. It fits in there a bit, but not much. It goes to about there. There. How much is that sticking out? Oh, wow, a fair way. Yeah, that is not a great one for that. Okay, I think we're going to have to admit defeat with that and just park the plow outside. There's plenty of other stuff I can put in that shed, so that's fine. But yeah, the plow is not one of them. And it's only a plow, so it can sit out here quite well. I'm quite happy to leave that outdoors. It's more my cedar. I really, really want this cedar to get under cover, and that shed is the perfect place to do it. So let's get that over there and put away. So the plan is that this will go in the long shed here. It looks like it's going to be okay. It's low enough. And it's wide enough. Well, do you know what? I can fit something next to that, I think. If I'm lucky. Which I don't think, the way this is going at the moment, I don't think that's the case. I think that I'm not going to be lucky. And yeah. Maybe I can fit the tree begon beside it. Thankfully, though, the cedar itself fits in this shed. So that is exactly what I wanted this shed for. And I'm quite happy that that's worked. Not sure I can actually fit anything in beside it. But that's fine. And this then can park in here and out the way. And yeah, I think we'll probably get some of the other stuff in this shed. However, our class action is also finished, so we'll bring the rollers back. We'll give these a wipe down as well, and or wash down, and get these cleared up. All in all, I'm happy that I've got that shed in there. It has got storage for what I wanted it to have storage. Slightly disappointed the plow doesn't fit in it, but there's not much I can do about that without spending a load more money. Cleaning all of my equipment does mean that it'll last a bit longer, which is good news. Exactly what we want. And there we go. That's all nicely cleaned off. Clean off our Axion and its front weight as well. And yeah, that's been a good day's work, I think, on here. We've got a lot done. And we've got everything planted. We've got a new shed built. And we are ready for what the springtime has to throw at us. Can I put these... Now, here's an interesting thing. I've got 3 sets of rollers that are all over there. Do I put... I think I know what we do. I'm going to take this. We're going to put these rollers in there, and I'm going to move the sprayer. I think will fit next to my cedar. No, it won't. Okay, plan B. We'll put the rollers in there then. Yeah, the rollers will fit in here much better than the sprayer was. There will do. Right. So this class can now go away and get that parked up. And then finally, we just want to get the 6M. And with this, we'll put the module 4 module trailer in here. That will be a good place to store that. It's kind of rattling around in this shed a little bit, but it'll do. Oh, undo all of that. Right, and then it's just our flatbed, which, yeah, we'll put off to the side somewhere. I'm fairly sure we can find somewhere to get that put away. that will put it out of the way, and we won't have to worry too much. In fact, what I'm going to do is bring it round here, and just alongside the roadway here, we'll spin this around and we'll park it down here out of the way and easy for us to access later. So that's everything nicely handled, nicely put away. We've got a nice new shed in the yard, and our tractors are all nice and clean as well. We stick this in the corner here. That's also out the way. And that, I would say, is a good day's work. We are all seeded. Everything is in the ground. All of our fields are ready and raring to go. So, yeah, there we go. So 8 and 5B are our cotton fields this year. 5A, 6 and 5C are our maize fields. And we've got 7B and 7, which are our 2 grass fields that we will probably have a go at next time. We've got still quite a lot of silage stored. If we have a look down here, silage, I'm not sure it actually tells me the silage amount that we've got. Where are we? There we go. Silage, it doesn't. Price is 308 at Central Exports, but we can't sell loose silage at exports. So we're looking at the biogas plant. Best price is 342. Yeah, price starts dropping next month, so we're not going to be selling it at a great price. But we've got to clear out all of our silage areas before the harvest starts later in the year. So yeah, it's going to be a busy old May getting stuff done, but we should end up with a biogas plant out of it. I think we're probably going to have to hire a truck to get it done. Today, we are going to be doing some grass work on the farm. We need to get our 2 grass fields cut ahead of, hopefully, selling a whole load of silage towards the end of the month. We need to clear out a lot of silage on here so that we can get the PGA. So my plan is get this cut, get these grass fields turned around to keep them going and get as many cuts out of here this year, because what we can do is we can turn this grass into silage or into hay. We're going to be doing it into hay today. We need space at the moment. We currently have no space to create silage either from our corn or from our grass. So yeah, we're going to need to sell what we've got mostly. And so to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to get ourselves a new truck and trailer, get it going a lot quicker, because we discovered that we've got a bit of an issue with speed of our tractors getting it done and only having the trailer to do it. So while it would be cheaper, it's much more time consuming to sell the silage with the equipment we've got now. So we're actually gonna hire something in order to get it done, and to do that we're gonna fund it using the milk truck and the milk. So we'll go sell some milk. We've got about 10,000 liters now. I'm hoping that by tomorrow we're going to have a little bit more than that and probably fill the milk truck. The money we get from that, we can then lease ourselves a new truck and trailer. For now, though, I'm just going to go around this field, get this field cut. We'll head around the second field to get that cut as well. And then we'll get the tedder out and dry this grass. Got a couple of headlands cut, and that should be enough to turn around at the ends. We're going to get about a dozen hay bales, I think, off these 2 fields. And the advantage of doing this on the first day of May is that we should be able to get all of this turned around and rolled and everything before the end of the month. Get it jumping a full month's worth of growth ahead as a result, which is what happens with precision farming and rolling grass fields. I'm going to have to probably split the other grass field into 2. And as a result, I think I'm going to probably have to go round the field the other way as well. One thing I wish we could do today is buy something that's sitting in the sales. For the second time since we've started on here, we've got a forage harvester that has come up for sale. It's a 9000 series John Deere. It's actually not that. Oh no, this is the 770 horsepower one. I really wish we could afford that, but 244,000 is just out of our price range at the moment. Even if we'd sold all of the silage, such a pity, because we are going to need one of those in a few months' time. The second time it's come up and we've just not been able to afford it. One thing that's fairly amazing on here as we're approaching the end of this field is that our yield map is completely unchanged. We've had no variation in the yield since the last time we've cut this. I can't remember if last time we went, oh, we need to do more work on here and maybe need to put extra fertilizer down. Because if we did, we haven't done it. Having said that, grass, for the most part with precision farming, takes care of itself. You can put a little bit of nitrogen in, but it doesn't take much at all. And I think if we get to the point where we have digestate to spare, once we've got the BGA on here, we can probably throw a bit on here. But at the moment, while we've got an abundance of grass and not really too worried about it, I don't think it's a huge problem. Now, what I want to do on this field, as I was saying, is we want to sort of break this field up a little bit. I think we're better off coming down here and cutting across here first, going counterclockwise around the field the first time, and then going clockwise on the way back. So we'll cut straight across here like this. And looking at this, I'm wondering if we're going to be better off, rather than cutting a big hole in field 7, maybe taking a chunk out of 7B and putting the BGA maybe behind the barn there, behind us, or at the top end of the field here. I think it might suit us better to do that and save us a little bit of hassle. I'm really beginning to look at things and rethink it a little bit, because I'm not sure my initial plan was such a good one. Really is the perfect weather today for haymaking. Nice bright May sunshine. Again, like the other field, we've not got much difference in yield. It's showing very much the same. Interesting thing is, looking at the other fields around us, the yield is a little bit higher for the other crops we've had. So I am wondering if once we get some silage on here, or get some slurry on here, or some digestate on here, we will see an increase in the yield from the grass. Would be quite good once we got the BGA processing and producing digestate that we're going to be able to spread hopefully the whole way across the farm. What we should be able to do is have a little bit that we can spread on these grass fields as well and increase the yield. Dividing this field into 2 sections and working on this one first is more efficient. I'm finding it a lot easier and a lot less fiddly to do it this way. So I think this was definitely the way to go. I think we're going to be finished cutting by about midday. There's an hour left to go and we've got a little field left to go. So if we can finish by midday, we should be able to get this all tethered at Windroad and baled up today. And all that will leave is collecting it up tomorrow and getting these fields rolled at the same time as selling the silage. So I think it should all fall into place. And there we go, the last row on this part of the field. Lift up and round. And now we can go and get this section done down here. 20 past 11. Yeah, I think we're going to be good. And yeah, this one we'll do in this direction, just so that we're not having to do lots of fiddly turns. Last row, we've got a little bit of cleaning up to do, but otherwise really good. Yeah, again, we have an unchanged yield map from the last one. Let's turn that off and head back to the barn, because now we want to get the tedder out and get all of this tethered into hay. And now that we've got the class on here, we can use the larger 6M for all this kind of grass work. Originally, I was going to use the smaller 6M, but that's much better suited to doing yard tractor work. It's got the front loader on it and works better for that. I think, well, we got nearly 70 hours on this tractor, and I would quite like to get GPS and probably the Isaria stuff on it so that we are able to maximize our usage for everything. But obviously the downside of that is it won't increase the value of the tractor at all, but will cost us about 30,000 to do both of those items on here. And if it's a tractor that we possibly would be looking at getting rid of because of the number of hours on it, I don't want to spend 30,000, get those updates done, and then immediately have to spend that on whatever tractor we get as a replacement. I'd like to get, I think, a 6R to replace this, and something of that kind of level. But considering the work this is doing, a 6R may actually be overkill. Now, normally this is a job I would get Courseplay to do and a hired worker, because it would save us a bit of time. We could have one field being tethered while we were mowing the other. However, we are short of cash today, and as a result, I want to try and reduce exactly how dependent we are on hired workers at the moment. It does do this quite quickly. I mean, it does nearly 3 full rows each time. You can see the reach on this is really quite good. I have been doing it so that it will do definitely 2 rows. So I was just saying, if I could reach 3 rows, then it's a little bit of a stretch. As long as we can get this done by maybe 2-3 p.m, I think we've got a good chance of getting this all rowed up today and baled. As I said, I don't think we'll be picking all of the bales up today, but we need to do that by the end of tomorrow because we need to get these fields rolled. First field is done in pretty good time. I'm happy with that. Let's pick that up and move immediately on to the second one. Again, we're gonna split this in 2 and make it easier on ourselves to do. You can see here how we're splitting the field, and it's working fairly well. I want to be careful because I don't want to go into my cornfield there. One thing I should note is look at all the weeds in there. We will be getting to those. We have got a spot sprayer, and we'll be attacking those probably early next month, getting rid of them. We've got herbicide. The spot spraying with the herbicide is actually good for our environmental score. So makes sense to wait until they're a little bit bigger and then we can get rid of them. As I've gone through the rest of the field, I've worked out that I can use the full width without worrying too much, so long as my outer edge, which is the left-hand side in this case and will be the right-hand side on the next one, as long as that is picking everything up and is tedding everything, I can stretch my tedder as far across the field as I like, because of course the next row will then come and do that outer edge as well, and it means that in most cases I'm getting about 3 rows or sometimes 2.5, and that just speeds things along quite nicely, which is why we're coming up to or just past 2:30, and we've managed to get through all of the remaining tedding that needs doing. Our Vermeer windrower is up next, so we'll fold that out, and I think we can, yeah, we can widen that out. We are at full width, so let's do that and turn it on. Start by bringing that pile in there so we can pick that up with the baler straight off the bat. But this is now working very well. We need to remember with this that we've got to watch out for the very edges, because it doesn't pick things up inside the circles. It's slightly weird like that. So just need to make sure that everything gets picked up as it should. I think we want to have this done probably by 4 p.m. if we're going to have a chance of getting this all baled up today. Otherwise, it looks like we might end up working through this again tomorrow. And that is actually going to be quite a steep challenge to get these 2 fields all rode up in an hour. So we'll see how it goes. The decision not to have a hired worker do stuff on here may turn out to actually mean that we end up baling all of this up tomorrow. I am slightly concerned. 3:45 and we are making good progress through this field, but we're not going to have both of these done by 4 p.m. It looks like the best guides I've got for where I can keep stuff inside is actually the 2 wheels to the left and the right of our windrow on here. So you can see they're positioned in front of the discs at the front there. And so if I manage to keep the edge within that, so we bring that to about there-ish, you can see running down the right-hand side here, or the left-hand side here, that then keeps that inside there and makes gathering things up a lot easier and means that we don't lose anything and end up having to come back over it, which is really, really useful as a way to follow up on it and make sure that everything is pulled together as it should be. And that brings us to the end of field 7. We just got field 7B to do. It is 4:15 in the afternoon, so I reckon that it's going to be 5 o'clock by the time we get the next field done. Or actually, it being 4:15 now, I think it's probably going to be about 5:30 by the time we get this complete. So what we're going to end up doing is probably going into the evening, I think, to get this completed. If we can get this baled up today, that would be great. That's going to make things so much easier next time. So that will be the plan. We will get this field rode up. We'll see what the time is. As I said, I think it's going to be about 5:30 then. And then we will just quickly run around these fields, get everything baled up, and that will get us in a really good position for next time. Couple more rows to go, and that should then have this all done. Definitely seems like this the outer wheel there is a really good marker for where you pick up or not. The moment I start running over anything with it, it starts missing stuff. So keeping that outside the rest of the grass should mean, or the hay should mean, that it comes in and gets done. So one more row to go here. Then we just got the headlands to do. Actually, no, couple more rows to go here. So we'll split this. And then we've just got the headlands and the main part of the other field to do. And then that will be everything done up for today. And actually, that's looking closer to 6 p.m. It's taken us an hour to get this field done this far. So, yeah, I'm thinking we're looking at 6 p.m. If that's the case, then I think we're going to be doing the baling tomorrow. This little area down here is a little bit odd, and I think we probably would be very justified in putting the BGA in this section. I would get rid of the shed here, but I think it might cause more problems than it solves. And we'll eventually find a really good use for that shed. What would be really great, actually, would be to have a forklift that I could easily just maneuver around in that shed to put bits and pieces away. We'd still have the yard forklift, the yard front loader, sorry. But yeah, a forklift would be quite useful. We seem to be in the want of various front loader tools at the moment. This is the last couple of rows to get done though, and then that should do it. And yeah, I was right to say around 6 o'clock. It is getting on, and it's gonna be well into the evening if we try and bale this up now. So probably a good idea to pick this up next time and get everything baled and collected. It'll be a busy day of collecting and selling and things like that next time. We'll get this hay all baled up and collected and put away, but we'll also go and see if we can sell some silage. I think the price is not doing too well, but we do want to get the money in for the BGA and have the BGA set up before this year's harvest to make sure that we have space and can get everything processed through. I've brought all the equipment that we've been using today. I've been parking it here next to our pressure washer so we can get this all cleaned and put away. So yeah, this will be all sorted and looked after. Today we're gonna be getting all of our hay baled up and clear this off. We'll get all these picked up and put into the shed as well. Let's just check our settings. We want the largest bales we can make, which is the 180s, so that's all good. And actually we have an almost full baler of hay already as we start this, so it's going to be a single roll forwards before we can empty. And yeah, we're going to get all these bales, all of this hay baled up and collected. And then what we're going to do is go and get a truck and a trailer and start doing some bulk selling of some of the silage we've got. Although first, in between that, we're going to have to sell some milk, because as you can see, we've only got 154 pounds left before well, no, in fact we don't even have that. We have minus 154 pounds, so we are in debt at the moment and need to sort ourselves out before we can go and get anything in order to help us. In fact, I think my baler has just knocked over onto another hour, because we're now minus 1,340. So yeah, we need to get some money in today, and our best way of doing that is going to be getting some milk. But as you can also see, we have some rain on the way. So in order to get these done and out of the way before that happens, we're going to get this job done first, and then hopefully by the end of the day, money should no longer be an issue. Now, to make things easier, what I'm going to do is do alternate rows again. I found this is the best way, really, to do baling. It really speeds things up because you're not having to do a sharp turn and reposition yourself. And as a result, things go very much quicker going through the field. We're getting a good number of bales off here. We're up to 5 already. Of course, one of those was left over from last time that we did any baling. So we should have, well, we've got 4 bales off here, which is a very good start and means we should have a decent number in total. And that means next time we come to do this, so in a couple of months' time, we'll be looking to have grass silage created off here. Let's back this up and get that out. So yeah, it's looking to be a decent amount of bales off here. We should refill our little shed where we've got the hay bales in and have plenty of feed for the cows going forwards. This has been going very smoothly. We've got a lot of hay off here. I'm just trying to see the number of bales we've got. We have 3 over there. We've got 4 there, 5, 6, 7, 8 off this field, plus the 9th, which was made up mainly from last time we were doing this, and then a 10th out here. That's 10 off just this field here, and we've not yet finished the whole field. That's amazing. I wasn't expecting this many bales, and really, really good. And this is only halfway through. We've still got an entire second field of bales to get baled up yet, and it looks like we're going to have 10 bales plus 1 off here, and end up with quite a few bales off both these fields combined. Coming up to the end of the last row, and this is going to give us about 2/3 of another bale. Yeah, just over 70% of another bale. So we'll turn that off. We do need to go and refill this tractor quickly. The fuel is looking pretty low. So let's just pop round and back into our yard and get this reloaded. And I think I've just realized that we could do with giving the cows some water. So we'll get this filled up, and then I'm just going to go and get the milk truck, fill that up with water and get that dropped off, because unfortunately our TLX tanker still isn't working as a means of transporting liquids about. So we'll jump in the Mack truck here, start her up. We've not got any milk in here at the moment. We've still only got 10,000 litres because our cows have run out of water. So they aren't producing milk at the moment as I'd hoped. They've got feed, they've just got nothing to drink. So we'll head over here. I'm hoping this will get across our wooden bridge and allow us to fill up. Quite nice having this Mack truck. I really like it. The lime green is still a little bit bright, but that's fine. It's good to have something bright on the farm. And we're gonna reverse this on here. I think this should be fine. Yeah, there we go. And done. Turn it off. Oh no, actually, I need it on to pump. Oh, are you gonna... Oh, is this not a water truck? This isn't a water truck. I've got no way of getting water to our cows. We're going to have to rectify that because I altered this truck to take milk. I didn't alter it to take water. So with our TLX tanker broken at the moment, we have no way of getting water to our cows. So that's not good news. We'll need to... I think we'll need to switch some stuff around. I think somebody said that the water tanker for the TLX 2000 was working. So, it's the TLX 2022, was working. So maybe we can get that and sort that. But I don't think that fits on the 3500, which is the version we've got. We might have need to have a workaround on our equipment in order to get things working again, because that's a problem. Made some very good progress around this field. I've got, well, this will be the headlands done after this, and then we will come back in and get this end of the field done. So basically we'll do the end of the field that we finished off on last time. We'll get that done around here first, and then go back and do the main part of the field, because that's the way everything is running at the moment, and it's running well. We've got a whole load of bales off here already. That's 5 bales off this field, as well as the 11 that we've got off the other. Is really, really good. It's going to take us a little while to get these collected up. Thankfully, our little tractor should be up to the job, and we'll get 2 at a time off here as we've done before. But it's, yeah, this means we are very much going to have all of the hay we need for a good while, and can concentrate on making silage from our grass as well as our corn, which is absolutely brilliant. That is going to make a massive difference to our income. I'm starting to get some random breakdowns with this tractor. I think it needs to go and have a repair. Of course, we can't do that until we've got everything, or until we've got some money in. So that means we're going to have to get this job finished, get these all collected up, go sell some milk, go sell some silage, and then we'll be able to get this tractor repaired. Fortunately, I don't think we've got a use for it for a little while, so we should be okay. But yeah, we are definitely below the halfway mark on the damage to it, so that needs sorting out, and it's going to be a little bit of a cost. And this is the thing with this tractor, we still don't have a valid replacement for it. The sales aren't giving us anything at the moment, so yeah, no valid replacement for it still, or no replacement we can afford. Maybe if we get some stuff sold, we can go and buy one. But to be honest, I'd really like to get a forage harvester or a cotton harvester. That would make a massive difference to us on here. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, though. Coming along on our final row, and I think we're going to be fairly close to a full bale off here. I don't think we're actually going to get a full bale. No, there we are. We are at 80%. Not bad at all, but not enough for me to go running around trying to get the little patches. There's not really any point, as they are... Well, yeah, they're little patches, and none of them are going to be enough in order for me to fill this up. What I do think we'll do is get this baler washed. Looking at the state of it, it really could do with a wash, and that will help maintain it as well. So we'll drop there and grab that. Give this a wash down, and then once I got this washed and put away, we'll head back out to the field and start collecting those bales up. I've put the bigger 6M in the repair shop now, so that as soon as we do get some money in, we can get it repaired. It conked out again on me while I was trying to get the bale or the baler put away. What I want to do now is get this collected up, all of our hay bales out the way, because we need to run a roller across here. And I think because we've got a broken larger 6M, we're going to have to run the roller with the class in order to do that. Right, let's drop that down, and slightly off to the side, and that's going to cause me all sorts of problems now. There we go. I have to reline myself up and grab this first bale. It's just gone midday, so I'm hoping to get these cleared out fairly quickly. We'll get the roller going with course plate and get a hired worker doing that, because we need to do it that way. Right, there we go. Needed to slide in a little bit, but yes, if we can get a roller going with course play, that will give us a good that'll give us the ability to go and sell the milk and get us on to the next stage, because at the moment we are running out of time. We've got just 2 more bales to get off of this field. The rain has started coming down. Thankfully, it's only due to be a short shower, maybe lasting an hour or so at most. So it's not too bad. And we should easily be able to get these bales in and undercover in that time. Not that it makes much difference, but I do like to try and sort things like that to be a little bit more realistic. You don't want too much rain falling on your bales and causing them to become waterlogged. We've got a decent number of bales kicking around here. I'm actually thinking we may end up with our shed here being completely filled by this. And if that's the case, then we may also end up with a few bales we can sell as well, which is always good news. Anything that brings in a little bit more cash for the farm is great. So let's get these collected off. And now what I can do is get the roller going on this field. While we're getting the other field cleared, we'll be able to have the roller going through there and get that field done. And you can see, I think we've probably got, yeah, including this row, 3 more rows of bales that will fit in this shed. If I'm careful about how I get everything in. And that's really good news. 3 more rows is actually about the number of bales we've got, which is fantastic. So let's jump out of this and go and grab the grass rollers, which are over there. And we'll put them onto this tractor, seeing as our other one is in the repair shop. And this will help seal in some moisture, get the grass growing again, and set things off for us to do another cut in a couple of months' time. Back it up. No, a little bit further. There we go. That should do it. Connect all that up. And yeah, this should do the trick. Nice big roller that we've got on here now. And bring it into this corner. Set a course. And we want to do 1 tool, 1 headland, start on center. Yeah, this all looks pretty good to me. So generate me a course. That works perfectly. Let's take it over to the far corner and we'll unfold it as we're doing it. And this will then go around this and get this done, and we won't have to worry about it. And it'll all be done before the end of the month as well, which is even better. First waypoint is where we want to set it, and away it goes. I'm out of money. We can't do this at the moment. We're going to have to wait until we've sold something. So, yeah. Let's get this into position. But yeah, we are completely out of money. So this is a job I can't get done yet. The rain is beginning to clear up, and we are still clearing bales off the field. We're almost there, though. We are a good way along. I managed to bring 2 in at once when I only needed 1 a moment ago. So I've got 1 sitting out there. We're going to put that back on here, though, in a moment. So now I'm just going to back up, grab this, put it on the end, and that'll be all good. All in all, though, looks like we've got plenty of space to get all these bales in, which is good news. We'll put this on the end here, like so. And then we can go straight away after we've got this done and go and sell the milk. And then we should have, hopefully, enough money from doing that to A, rent the truck and trailer, and B, get the roller going on that field over there. Last 2 bales to get off this field. We get that on the ground, nice and clean. And yeah, that's cleared everything off. So now we want to get these dropped off, and we'll get the milk tanker loaded up with some milk. We have a lot of money that we need to get hold of today to keep things moving. So it's just enough space in here to get all of the bales in, and nicely filled up with hay for a good while yet. So, right, let's park this up, and then we'll head over to the milk truck. The starter up, and let's fill with some milk. This should do fairly well. Yeah, I'm very surprised with this Mack truck. It only seems to be a slurry truck, and that's a little bit of a weird thing for me. Let's check the price for the milk. Best place to sell, 175. Yep, looks like Central Exports it is once again. We know where that is. So this should bring us in just over 10,000. I think it's 1,175 was the price I just saw there. So yeah, this should clear us out, give us a good little bit of cash, and hopefully enough for us to be able to rent a truck and large trailer. If not, we'll have to see where we go, because we really need to get this silage sold as quickly as we can. We're running out of time before And we need to have the bunkers available for next year's crop. So this comes in over here. Yep. And unloads at that point there. See how much we get in. We're back in the black. And back in it by 11,495. 12,000 in sold milk and 441 in the environmental score. Perfect. Right, let's get this back to the farm and then see if we can rent the truck and the trailer that we need. So the truck we're after, I quite like a Mack truck, but I think we can go with, yeah, one of these Mack trucks. 6x4 RS700L, 50,000 should be fairly inexpensive for us. We can go for just the standard. Oh, wow. How many options are there? Not that many. Okay. We don't want the off-roads. We've got the hybrid is what I'm going to go with. Design. What designs have we got? Just design 1 and standard. So we'll go with design 1. Exhaust, we will take the dual exhaust. No GPS. Main color will be the olive green. Design color will be, I think, a black, actually. Yeah. Oh, yes. Very much so. And then the design color, the John Deere yellow. That works very well for us on here. And I don't think we need a massively more powerful engine. It adds a quite large increase, so an extra 10,000, so we won't worry about that. And I need to pop over to Patreon and get us somebody for the license. Congratulations to Taz Oslo. You have been randomly selected from the producer level patrons. And I'm going to use the full-on black for this. Yep, perfect. So congratulations to you, Taz. Your number plate is on this truck. And we are going to lease this. Yes, we have enough money to do that. Perfect. And all set up. Right, to go with that, we're going to need a new trailer, and the trailer we're going to go with and that we're going to lease is going to be this one, the Silage Boss. Again, main color, I want to set that to the olive. We'll leave the rim color. We'll leave Taz's name on the number plate because it's going on the truck. We'll leave that, and we're going realistic capacity, which is 65.3 or 65,300 litres of silage we should be able to get into this. Absolutely perfect for what we want. So let's lease that. And that's another 3,000 on top. Perfect. Right, now we get to see if our little tractor is able to actually fill this trailer, or whether we're going to have to get a ramp, or whether we're going to have to get something else set up. I could possibly actually have gone yellow truck with the white, with the green stripe on this, given that the trailer is also so green. But I think we'll go with this. It's not the brightest set of colors, but it should work fairly well for us to get this job done. Connect all of those up. Right, let's get this Mack truck back to the farm because we have a whole load of silage to get sold. The larger capacity and quicker speed is going to make selling our silage so much easier with this. Now, what I do need to do is just see if my little tractor will reach over the top. So let's go grab that and see if that works. Before I try this, I should mention I'm not expecting this to work. That looks way too high for the front loader on this tractor to actually get over. I think if we had a high dump, no, even if we had a high dump, it wouldn't be enough. So yeah, we need to get a ramp. I don't think we have a ramp around here. I mean, we could build one, but yeah, I don't think we have. Is it under? Would there be one under tools? We'll probably have to go and find one, I think. So yeah, this is not a way that we can do this with this piece of kit. However, that doesn't stop us today from doing some. What we'll do is we'll just pull underneath the loading area here, and we can load in 65,000 liters of silage from here and get a whole load of money in. How much do we have in here? We've got 306,000 liters. So yeah, we can fill this trailer from in here rather nicely. In goes the silage. And our silage price is not great at the moment. It reaches a high of 342. We are selling in May at 293 at the animal dealer. Central exports is 296, but I don't think it takes loose. Yeah, I think the animal dealer is our best bet for the loose silage. We will try central exports on the way through. The extra £3 would be useful, but I don't think it's going to be somewhere where I can actually sell at. But with a full trailer of silage, we are raring to go. Let's see if this is going to bring us in a decent amount of cash. Should do. I'm expecting maybe about 20,000 off this if we're lucky. First stop is Central Exports, and we just pull over this point here. I think this is the point at which normally takes silage, bales, certainly. No, silage is not accepted there. Is it accepted in the grate? Will it take it there instead? Let's reverse this up and see. Just back it round here. And no, I don't think it takes there either. No, so off to the animal dealer it is. Fortunately, that is nicely not too far, and we have a nice quick piece of equipment now to go and tip it up there. Up we come into the animal dealer and need to back this into the sell point over there. We'll see exactly how much this makes now. We need to make about 150,000. We should have enough silage on our farm to do that. Of course, the price is dropping all the time at the moment. So next time it will be vitally important for us to sell as quickly as we can. The price or the amount of money is going up fairly quickly. This empties really quick. 19,133 plus 679 in the environmental score. So not incredible, but still a decent amount of money. I'm quite happy with that. So we'll be selling off more silage next time, I think. Getting as much money together as we can. If we can get ourselves a BGA running, that would be great. I also need to solve this water problem with the cows, because if we don't solve that issue for the cows, we're going to have a problem. Well, we're just not going to generate any more milk, which is an issue. Oh, we do need to do one more thing today before we go. We've now got the money. It's time to get the roller going and get those fields rolled, because if they're not rolled by the end of the day, then we'd miss that opportunity. So let's get this roller started. Nearest waypoint. Away it goes. And yeah, I think this is going to end up having to do this into the evening, because that is not great. I'm going to leave this here, though. We'll get this rolled. It'll be done before next time. For now, all that remains is for me to say
thank you for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this video. Please leave a like, drop us a comment, and give it a share. Special thanks to all my patrons and channel members. Your support is invaluable in making these videos and helping the channel to grow. For more from Virtual Farmer, check out the links below, follow on Twitch to watch live, and for more videos, subscribe and ring that bell. I will see you next time. Goodbye.